and welcome to Ascension. I think we're on episode 16.
I don't know.
Sounds
I
about
never
right.
count numbers.
Bentham's house is cursed, and his glasses are going to break because he's going to be cursed by hubris now
That's
because he
true.
said they're too old.
We're planning an exorcism at his place. So
Before we started, I was talking about how the previous owner of my house died, and then the executor of their will died, and then the executor of their will may have also died. So I'm not even sure who sold me the house, but I do have one now, and it probably is going to kill me.
congratulations. And
It's been
Probably,
trying.
certainly cursed.
I'm
Yeah.
more worried about the mold.
That's why they died. The mold.
True. Yeah.
I don't
Shadow
think the
mold.
executor of the contract died from the mold.
Shadow mold. It's like the curse of the pharaoh. You know, like that first wave of people all died, and they were like, oh, it was just probably some pathogen. And then it's like, yeah, but then a lot of people they knew in other places just started dropping dead. So it's all you've unleashed the curse of the pharaohs in your quaint.
There's actually a mummy in the basement.
Let's be real.
It's true.
Someone unlocked Pandora's box because shit is just going wild this year. Let's be. Can
true.
we be?
Yeah. So good luck, Bentham. That's really what we're saying. Good luck, brother. Yeah. Mhm.
Anyway, hi, welcome to Roll For It. We're still here, despite the fact it's 2020 and a lot of things are blowing up. We're still around. We're okay. Everything's fine. Just welcome to One Refuge Amongst the Madness for the next 4 hours.
Yeah.
Hi.
I think we've been consistent with this show, but we understand that like we've had some other inconsistencies with some other shows. We've had some people.
Oh yeah, but
dealing with
we are
personal
consistently
problems.
putting on content and
Yes.
getting through, and people are coming back, and
Yeah.
we're all good. So
We hope that you
Welcome.
enjoy the content that we're putting out there, even with those like last minute emergencies that have come up. So, thank you.
there you go. So, hi, welcome to Roll For It. Your favorite human streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Of course, today we are playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, and we are playing Ascension, our long-running campaign with our guest today and for next week, Grant. Hi, Grant.
How's it going, E? I'm excited to be back, and I'm ready for our magnificent battle that we have planned with our
Are we gonna
brilliant
battle?
strategy. I think we can stretch it out. I think we need to have a few more deliberations with the enemy. I think we maybe a couple side scenes.
No more parlays. It didn't go well the first time. We were lucky.
Yeah,
that we
but
didn't
really,
get
do we want to
killed.
I
help
thought it went
either
really
side?
well.
That's my question, because they're both evil mother effers.
Yeah. Just fire into the air. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be fine.
I think both sides will throw down their weapons when they see each other for who they really are. At least that's
Wait,
what
then-
I-
then-
I
better.
think you are.
Wait a
wrong.
minute. Has this been like this has been like a dirty dancing long con? Like, I mean, like they just like low key have been in love this entire time, and that's where we're gonna get a new evil society.
It's going to be decided by a dance battle.
100%.
All of the zombies are going to break out into Thriller.
Oh yes, that'd be awesome.
So sorry, super. I know we're trying to get started here, but in Guardians of the Galaxy, when Star-Lord challenges Ronan the Accuser to a dance battle and starts dancing, Chris Pratt improvised that. So when
Really?
Ronan the Accuser looks at him like, "What?" That's Lee Pace looking at him like,
Like,
Damn, son. Nice.
"Yeah, like,
in
what
the
are
script.
you doing?" Yeah, that's his authentic reaction.
That's great.
nice.
I just realized how close you are to the screen, E. It's like you're taking up the whole box. It's
I'm not
kind of
close to the screen. It's just the
It's
prime lens.
intense. I know, but
Yeah,
it's,
it's the
it's
prime
very
lens.
intense.
At
Yeah.
some point, I need to dismantle as much as I can, pull my desk back, and then have the camera on a tripod so I can actually be here.
Yep.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That would involve me dismantling all the desk, and I don't have time for that yet. So at some
Yeah.
point, I will do that.
It is very Oz the Great and Powerful. That's true. I was, yeah. Yeah.
Hello, I am great and powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Zordon from Power?
Convince me. Yeah.
I mean, true, I am GM, so. Right, okay, let's go through our announcements. Dungeon World one-shot character sheets are now out, so if you want to go check those out, they're on the Patreon. It is September, so you can do subs for cheaper if you're a first-time sub. You can also do, like, special bulk deal on, like, multi-month sub if you want to get multi-month subs at one time.
It's a pretty good deal actually. So if you wanted to sub to us and you haven't been able to, and you think you might be able to now is the time.
There you go. Also, we are announcing a new one-shot that will be taking place in a little over a week. Good Strong Hands, Death Becomes You, which is a sponsored thing, and it will be taking place in a slot just before our normal Sunday show. And this is another RPG by Craig. We've done a couple of things for him before, but this one's a dark fantasy RPG that he's going to be doing on Kickstarter called Good Strong Hands, and we're going to be doing a short one-shot of it.
I'm
it
so
looks really
excited.
cool.
Yeah, if you're into like almost like grimdark fantasy,
yeah.
like it is like fairy tale, but like grimdark. It's so cool. Like I'm
Original
really
fairy tales.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. It's like whimsical but very creepy, and I'm into it. Like all of the characters that people have come up with too are really great. So
Whimsical,
we're all
but
dressing
creepy.
up.
Describes Maggie very well, so I'm totally understand why she likes it.
You know what?
Well, rude.
Whimsical, creepy is I can go with
That's
that.
your aesthetic, right?
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
aesthetic. Because I'm like, I got that like old Victorian creepy vibe, but I feel like I'm also like, I love unicorns and butterflies, so it's just great. They clash
Just
a
imagine
little.
Yeah,
unicorns as butterflies is like covered in cobwebs and like with,
Yeah.
like dark, like undershot lighting.
Like a black unicorn with like magical like space, like yes, mane. I'm into it. Bring it on.
Very Pan's Labyrinth, yes. Where
I was
you're
gonna say
like,
it's very
oh,
My Little Pony.
yeah. Like the real fairies. Like, come here, do not eat their food. Also, they might eat you, fairies. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there might be somebody who's a fairy. I'm not gonna say who. Guess which one. Guess which person. I'll put it back up on the screen.
It's a relatively easy guess. There's only two it could be, and one of them is much more
I
likely than the
don't
other.
know. I think all of them could possibly be. Craig is gonna be our GM, obviously, because he's running us through his game. So
He knows the game better than anyone because he wrote it.
yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be on in a little over a week. So make sure to bookmark that. Remember, it is in a slightly different time slot
It's a
because it's right
weird
before
time
one of our
slot.
shows. So try to remember that one. Maybe like put a diary notification or a calendar or something. Or you could go to our Twitter and turn on alerts for our tweets if you like that. I guess some people do. I mean, you can. It'll make Maggie happy.
It will
but
make me very happy. I
your
run
phone
all
will
of our
go ping
socials,
a few
so
times a day.
please
Yeah.
follow all the things.
There you
We're
go.
sneaking it in before our usual Sunday show, so just tune in earlier in the day and you'll catch it.
You get bonus action. I'm gonna be very tired that day.
That sounded far more appealing I was about to say far more appealing than you meant it to, but you mean people to tune in, so it probably sounded exactly as appealing as you meant it to. So mission accomplished.
There you go. Tune in for some bonus action.
Some
Oh,
It's
bonus
also
action on
a return
Sunday.
for Trooper this time as a player.
yeah.
Bonus action.
Trooper is amazing, so I'm very excited to play with Trooper as a player again. That's right,
Oh,
they
anytime
haven't
we
played
can
it
get
as a
Trooper.
player on our show yet, or on our channel yet.
No, only as gem, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that'll be the thing. Note that down. And that's it for announcements. So I
Go
guess we'll
retweet
talk
our
about
tweets.
retweet our tweets, but we can talk about how you can support us, like retweeting tweets. If I nominate Bentham to do that face and react like that, that's not the Lee Pace like dance-off face, but it's close enough.
What? You want me to do the promo? This never happens.
There we go. Go for it.
Yeah, so the way that Roll For It is able to do all the things and do great things like pay cast and pay artists and all that important stuff in these kind of industries is via Patreon. That is the main way we're funded. And there's a whole bunch of different tiers that you can sign up to that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to NPCs of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show, where we talk about what happens in the show or random other things that may or may not be vaguely related to the show. Also character sheets, behind the scenes GM secrets, maps of places we've been and enemies that we've encountered. Not maps of the enemies, but in fact just information about said enemies, like their stats, and secret GM plots and plans, including things that didn't make it into episodes. You can also submit NPC names that can get used in the shows by our GMs, and you can watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month and kind of go into more of the business end of things, and like how we think shows are going, and occasionally hints at plans that we have for the future. You can also take part in a once monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. This month we have another one shot by Sheepy of The Last Ditch that will affect how things go in that show for the Legends. And we also have Josh GMing a system that I knew the name of but forgot. It's got goblins in it. It's a one-pager. Goblin Punks, that's the one. He's GMing a session of that for some of the Legends as well. Other ways you can support us are on Twitch. You can drop us bits. They will appear in that cup and you can fill it or empty it as you wish to. You can also give us some tips. They'll appear on the screen and we'll read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can also become a Twitch subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate VOD access, whereas normally you would have to wait 24 hours for us to upload our videos to YouTube. And also, of course, if you subscribe for the first time right now, it's cheaper than it normally would be, but we still get the same amount of money, which is cool. Shame about the whole ads in the middle of streams thing as a counter to that. Also, over on YouTube, if you suddenly feel like you want to support there instead for some reason, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. And also being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, and Patreon supporter all give you access to our community Discord, where you can hang out with other fans of the show and talk about the shows. And you can also talk to us about our shows in there. And if you're into The Last Ditch, our Sunday show, you can also join the rear guard there, where you can then fight in the war for whatever the planet's called. Draco Mal, that's the one. And also, I think it's too late for this now, but the battle for Andora is also taking place in there, and people have been making rolls that will contribute to the events of today's episode. So I hope you rolled okay, because there's a plan, but it relies on a lot of people being very good at their jobs.
I will bring up that table now.
Oh dear. So yep, we'll see how that goes. Also, have I seen the rear guard roll? Yeah, I know they go badly. I'm hoping that maybe Battle for Andorra went slightly better. But I'm definitely concerned.
I think that's foreshadowing.
It probably is. Oh no, we're gonna lose so many peasants today. Yes, we love to just have you show up here, just watch us on Twitch and on YouTube. We love to hear from you as well. Comment in the chat, comment in the comments, and also talk to us on the social medias, the Twitters and the Facebooks. We love to hear what you've been enjoying about the shows and
your amazing fan
sort of
thing.
We absolutely love fan art. Please send us more of that. We love it so much, and if possible, we'll sneak it into the fan art showcases we do in the breaks for a while. Yeah. We like to try and cycle through that as it goes on and like keep some highlights. Yeah, also tell your friends, bring them along too. Let them see if this is their kind of thing, because they may not realize how much fun they would have watching these kind of shows, because it's a weird, wacky new medium, and it's got its own cool things going on with it, as I learned. Now here we are.
There you go.
That is all of the things. Let's get on with this weird, ridiculous thing we do.
So, also a heads up that, hi, if at any point during the stream you're interrupted by a Twitch ad that plays randomly, possibly during a really important critical moment during a show, that's
let
not
us
us.
know.
We don't hit the ad button. Actually, we never hit the ad button because like ads are worth like 2 cents.
We don't actually do that because also you all support us through Patreon and through Twitch subs and through YouTube subs or memberships. Like that all goes towards helping us, so we don't have to run ads. Like
I don't know if we can give out the exact amount we make from ads, but I'll tell you that you probably could only buy like a couple of beers a month for it.
YouTube ads are not good either.
Pay people, so. YouTube ads are far better than Twitch ads, but Twitch ads, because they aren't driven by the Google Analytic engine, don't earn money. So, firstly, we don't care about the ads. If you are supporting us from Patreon, if you do run like an ad blocker or something, we don't give a damn. Secondly, Twitch say they want feedback, so feel free to go give them feedback in some of the places where they've asked for feedback. Try and be constructive.
I was constructive. I gave them constructive feedback.
I gave them a note gif.
You were kind of a little bit mean in yours, but... Well,
they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Or at least people on the lower end know what they're doing. People on the high end maybe don't understand how the platform works. But there is now, like, montage of people doing clips about, like, someone's about to beat the final boss and like, oh my god, I'm about to beat the... And it goes to, like, McDonald's advert and you're like...
The thing is, they were making joke ones. They don't need to anymore because it's begun now. So there was one where it was the Harry Potter game trailer, and then midway through the trailer it cut to an ad and they missed it.
So, just so you know, that's not us. And if you do want to give feedback, feel free to do so, because it's not us. We're not trying to money grab, because A, that's 2 cents, and B, you've already given us the money from the Patreon to support our content. So, yeah, we don't need that. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. Watch our sponsored content, support our sponsored content, like the Nerdburger Craig game that we're doing on Sunday. on the 27th. Like that, all those type of things support us. And even if you just watch or click on the link and go check out the Kickstarter, those all make a big difference for us. Like it might seem like a small thing just to click on something and check it out, but it's huge for us because that means we get more sponsorship deals. That means, we're getting money from other places. That way you don't have to necessarily maybe sub and stuff. Obviously that does help us, but if you can't afford it, that's a way to support us
and also subscribing does remove ads. So those you wondering, that does happen.
Yeah.
And I would just say in general, I've had some success with crowdfunding this year, and just little things, just signal boosting, just signal. People are like, oh, I can't do anything. It's like, look, the fact that you commented, interacted with the content, shared it, retweeted, whatever that platform is, really does matter. So even interacting with the content.
One of our points of our philosophy again is that our content, all the shows and stuff, you can see for free. If you're poor and you can't afford to contribute, we're not pressuring you totally. You can just see all the shows, etc. They're on YouTube. They're live here.
We want to share the love.
If you want to support us, you don't have to give us money. You can just retweet, as Dave said, comment, do the bell icon, whatever you need to do on YouTube, etc. That's all helpful because that all feeds back into the analytic engine.
Yeah, boosts our It does a lot more than you think it does. I hear a lot of times people are like, well, I retweeted it, but I don't have a lot of followers. And it's like, that's not, the algorithm is not caring about that. They're caring about the interactions and engagement that's happening on each of those posts.
Top tip for YouTube, if you see the video soon after it goes live in the first hour, that's the perfect time to, I know it's longer than an hour, but it's the perfect time to comment and like and stuff. Because after the first hour, they go, how many people commented and liked this video? Should we push it to more people? So if you do, that's a good thing because the subscribers.
We talk about a lot of this stuff in our monthly recaps, but yeah, on the business side, it is a crazy drain.
But not in a good way, like the Ozzy Osbourne one. Anyway, that's the thing. Sorry, side tangent, but Twitch being dicks, I think we need to talk about how great our community is. Anyway, so last week. Actually, the last few weeks, you have been in a village called Andora, which has a huge temple to Auril, who is a god of winter, although the winter domain has been taken by the Raven Queen, and no one really reveres her as a god anymore. Not many people at all, and she's not one of the important 12 who have towers that grant powers in the world, and so has kind of fallen by the wayside. While being there, you discover that there was a plot to take the temple, destroy the temple, loot the temple, something, and that there's bad guys trying to get hold of it, and that there was someone trying to foment tension between the guardian wolf of the town and the actual townsfolk. When you found out that that was just a druid playing both sides, you then chased the druid down. Turns out the druid had murdered literally everyone in the temple, and you then took on the druid, murdered them after they finished a ritual that turns out to have cut off contact outside of this area with you, unfortunately. You then found out that there was someone coming with a small armed force. They got to the edge of town, realized that you had killed the person they were going to meet, and then started raising zombies since you were starting to raise some militia. A bit of an arms race then ensued. You're currently raising and training militia. You have, I think, 5 units now of militia. You then went out to do a accidental parlay. Gatton did, had a lovely chat, was actually like, hey, this woman, the survivor, apparently a vampire, probably from the dead city, who survived the destruction of all the vampires there, might not actually be as bad as she seems, but let's go figure this out. You went to the group went out and decided to have a big chat. Luckily spotted that it was a huge ambush and they were totally going to murder you, but had a chat anyway. She had a chat to Arena, tried to get Arena to give her the key Arena had, and Arena was like, no, and she was like, damn it, my charm effect isn't working because someone put a complete, nullification, complete immunity to charm from undead on her.
Thank you, Beth.
Laughter thought, just like, oh, I could chuck this in here, I guess. Should we do this? I guess, yeah, why not?
I'm so glad you did.
And so, like a boss, Arena walked away despite the fact internally she was like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Yeah, as soon as she turns around from that, she's like,
you then walked back to the town with your group, and I believe that is where we had left it, as you had a lovely talk with the survivor and realized that the survivor now had what appears to be an undead ogre with a couple of undead polar bears on a leash, almost 100 zombies. It's bad. It's very bad.
Yeah, so I think Arena's going to come back to the group of you and kind of give you all the infos that she just learned. And we can start from there, I guess.
How is it that she knows so much about us? The key is not common knowledge.
I feel like there's some kind of magical thing going on here. If anything, I'm surprised that she didn't know that the key wasn't on you already.
Maybe she has been tracking us.
Surely in some magical way, in that case.
I don't have a way to like detect magic right now.
Let me. I don't think I do either. But let me just make sure.
The Perrin probably muses on it as like, if it was, I would say it could be some way of reading your mind, but then again, she would know. So perhaps it's some way of getting snapshots of things.
I have heard about spells that do scrying. What?
I guess Arena kind of like looks around and actually she takes the bag from Gatton and she's gonna try to look to see if she has anything that looks like maybe it has a magical effect on it. I don't think she has anything.
I do hand her the bag back, but I say, during the battle, I should probably hold on to this. She mentioned trying to capture you in particular again.
If Gatton reaches for the bag, Perrin's gonna quickly sidestep to be between Gatton and the vampire lady who is presumably in sight.
Oh no, this is like far away.
As you're walking away.
Yeah, I would assume we're not doing this. Doing this in front of the
time's
vampire
goofy.
lady.
I'm like, here's the key the entire time. Ah, yeah.
I also told you all the other stuff, so we've probably been like walking and talking for a little while.
If she doesn't know it's in the bag and she doesn't know the bag is on Gatton, then we should keep it that way.
Agreed. But even although as we're walking, I'm like, the presence of the key was a secret. Even we did not know until recently. After you used it in the tower, you spoke about it in front of Tempest and in the library, but not in front of the Oracle.
Arena nods.
Perhaps it's so simple as she has spies in the library.
But how would she know about my family? I really hope what she said is not true.
What did she say?
I had told you all what she had said, which she said they were like dead. She alluded to
like
it.
Shame about your family.
Yeah, she alluded to something bad happening.
For a moment there, I was worried that perhaps Temper had told them everything, but if Temper didn't know really about your family.
Yes, and when could she have? Although if we've simply been followed this entire time, someone that was just merely observing and eavesdropping us all, that is also possible. Stab Softly was present many times that I was able to detect their presence, which means there probably were a number of times I could not.
True.
Arena nods.
Off to the side.
Do I have anything
Your
weird
night
on me?
friend
Like
is
if I'm
just-
searching, do I see anything that's off, that's strange?
Make a perception
Investigation?
check. Investigation, yeah, because you're trying to figure out a result. It would be investigation,
Yeah.
you're right.
10. Oh no.
I mean, what have you got on you? Like, you've got the normal stuff you expect.
Yeah.
The sending stones you probably put in the bag. Yeah, there's
So it's
like
all my
nothing,
normal stuff that I know. It's
Yeah.
nothing out of the ordinary.
Nothing you find.
Hmm. Okay.
Okay.
The strange thing is, you only knew the significance of the key recently, and so, like, either they've learned knowledge from the past, from whatever it was they did, or they've been tracking you longer than you've known the importance of the key.
I've always felt like it was very important, but I didn't know how much.
It's so strange that this person knows so much about us in particular when we're just happening to visit, or at least I thought we were just happening to visit.
Perhaps it was a series of lucky guesses, using an inference of deductions, a series of logic, if you will.
But getting your name specifically?
It's very common from where I'm from.
Arena looks at him strangely.
My
We
money
do
would be
have-
on spies.
It is the simplest way. Although we do have one important question to answer. Are we going to fight to save this town?
I want to help the
course.
people.
Yes, there seems to be no effective way to get them out of harm's way.
Well, we had enough shifts, but that is not enough. There is not enough.
Then we fight. Perhaps, and I just pat the sword, if I can get close enough to one of them, we can extract some data that might help shed some light on what's really happening.
Not a terrible idea.
I'm a bit conflicted.
I did try and ask what would happen to the common people. She said they would not be harmed because they were needed.
But you saw
Recalling
what she's done to the other people and to those bears.
exactly, they also were needed.
When your strength is tied to the number of dead people to hand, you tend to be inclined to make more of them.
Agreed on all points. And then I'd start kind of look at Perrin while we're walking, and I'm like, did you say you have a background in street-to-street guerrilla warfare?
Specific, I know, but yes.
Where did you learn such an obscure talent? Useful, but obscure.
I learned it in the sacking of Near-Dearth.
Arena kind of like takes a glance at Edmund and then just kind of like keeps
Like they
looking
can both like
forward.
slow turn.
Because I've already
It was a
talked to
quick
him
study.
I
about
imagine they're
it.
both on opposite sides of the party, and you two are in the middle. And you're like awkward.
Yeah, because you're like, yeah, I learned it from fighting that guy. You know, we're like, oh, okay. Right. Although, Gatton being Gatton, I do turn and look at Sir Edmund and say, that means you have some experience breaching guerrilla warfare and street-to-street combat.
Yes, our strategies were simple in the Lumerian Empire. We simply overwhelm with numbers and try to cut them down as quickly as possible.
That definitely seems to be our enemy's approach. Do you have any suggestions for how we might mitigate that strategy?
The thought would be is we need to lead them to a place where they think they're going to do the most damage, but they fall into a trap. You need to set up a kill zone, steer them into it, and just bombard them from a position that's difficult to reach. If they can't tear down our peasants, then they can't strike fear into the populace. Fear is what's going to cause the people to break.
The disadvantage in this case that the enemy won't break, but we do have the advantage that they are not intelligent. There are a number of junctions and things where it will be relatively easy to set up an ambush. We could also use people firing from the windows of surrounding buildings and such to just rain things down on them as they pass through the streets. I did have in mind in particular a kill box in an area around the eastern side of the town, the opposite side to where they're approaching from, but they may try to flank, in which case we could maybe prepare a nasty surprise for them.
My understanding was our ranged options were limited. Presumably, they will be making a straight shot for the temple.
Yeah, we're short in terms of bows and spears and the like, but when you're directly above the enemy, anything is a projectile.
Was there any place where we could simply evacuate the people? If the city is lost and we sound a retreat, is there somewhere they can go?
About the
We
only
had-
settlement this
If we
tunnel.
had more ships, maybe.
Sorry, what was
Besides-
that? What was that, E?
This is about the only settlement anywhere near here this far north.
But so there's not really like a run east. You know what I mean?
I mean, they
Like,
could do. They
yeah,
wouldn't
right.
have any buildings or anything, and it would be relatively cold. But then again, it's not winter anymore, so it is spring. It's getting a little less dangerous, but it's still very cold. People could survive outside for a while, but without shelter, etc. You know, these aren't hardened adventurers. They're used to living up here, so they'll be sensible by default as opposed to anyone else. But they are gonna encounter problems. But they'll be okay for a while. You do have two little fishing vessels as well that can maybe take like 30 people each if you pack them all on. But we're talking a total of 60 people as opposed to like, you know, population of 600 to 800.
Roughly how many children, like children are there? It might be worth at least trying to get the sick and the children out of the town.
Population here is part human, part elf, part high elf. Probably say that children is something like 50. You could put all the children on both boats and a couple of adults, and that would just about fit. And you could send them away. They can't. They're like not ocean-going vessels. They're coastal vessels, so they can't like leave the vicinity. But they could go and find like a nice, you know, fjord somewhere and pull into there. It'd be sheltered from the elements as well.
It is probably worth trying to get the young out of here.
Yeah, aside from retreating into the temple, there is the option of retreating southwards towards the bay. I think that route will remain open for a relatively long time. Unless they have very unconventional approaches.
To be clear, we believe the key has nothing to do with the vault. They want the key for what it can do in the towers.
That makes sense to me.
From what I gather from what she said. Yes, but I don't know. That is just what I'm assuming.
It might be worth investigating. You have a key that opened an impossible door once, and we're confronted with an impossible door again.
But they are made by different people.
None of this makes sense.
I glance over at Edmund to see how much he's paying attention to the current conversation.
Okay. Well, here's Edmund's current thought. He's less knowledgeable about keys and things like that. His question is, how attached to this town are the town folk?
Okay, if Edmund looks like lost in thought about a topic different than the key discussion, then Parrot is happy.
You would probably gauge from, because you've been here a little while, that they're relatively attached. Like a lot of the people who are here have been born and raised here. Anyone else would kind of not many people would willingly join this town, because it's so far away from the rest of civilization. Like this is just a get out of the way area. It's got very, very minimal trade links because of the enemies nearby. Mostly people who are from here will stay here. You can maybe convince a few of them, but
all right, yeah, because here's the thought. Do they love the town more than their lives, and do they love the town enough to rebuild it? Because my thought is, army approaches, set your town ablaze, and they can watch the town burn, get the heck out of there, come back and rebuild it. It's one of those things where it's like, well, it's one of those things.
Does Edmund make the suggestion? Is this
historical?
Well, that's just it, though. You can either live bound by the ghosts of the dead and past tradition, or you can forge a new way forward. There is no history if the undead army marches over and pillages everything anyways. You have to decide, are you willing to sacrifice everything to keep it out of their hands, or to let them kill you and have it? Edmund's not suggesting it, but that's kind of where his mind's at, because I don't think they'd see that, where it's just like, oh, they're burned.
you just hear like under Edmund's breath, like burn it all.
Well, yeah, I was thinking of, historical Three Kingdoms period feudal Chinese history stories, where it's like sometimes they were just like, you know what, you're not taking this strategic location, we're just burning it and we'll go someplace else, we'll come back and rebuild when y'all are done. If they have no place to go, that's a problem.
And can we destroy the temple? Because that is their ultimate destination.
No, I don't know. Seems too tough.
It's
I think
you already
this was
know
all
that
out
the
of character.
temple is relatively reinforced by magic.
Yeah.
It's resistant. It's also resistant to like fire and stuff.
These are undead. They're not going to be thrown off by my psychological warfare.
That's why they're
Vampires like,
useful.
I've seen the
Unfortunate
burn
thing.
town.
Yeah.
It's
Then
like if it was a routable enemy, there's so much more fun you can have.
my suggestion is we inspect the vault and then prepare for the enemy's arrival. Continue preparing for the enemy's arrival.
Yes, if there is a way to get access to the vault, there's presumably artifacts in there that would be useful for this.
I don't know.
If we find the thing that our friend over there with the zombie army is after, I'm happy to throw it in the sea, depending on what it is.
There must be a way or they would not be going through such trouble to access it.
It can't be any good if it's something that Oro would want. I feel very uncomfortable about this whole situation. I don't like being here at all anyway. The only reason why I want to help these people, because they are innocent in it all. But the temple and the people that are supporting Oro, I do not necessarily care for them. That bad?
Considering
It is reasonable.
Considering the history of the god, I can understand that. Personally, I think it's important to preserve, simply for the purposes of the knowledge it contains, the history it represents.
But
In the sense that it
history
represents history, not in the sense that the history is terrible.
While I am
Better
a
to
resident,
know our past, good or bad, than to destroy it.
while I am a resident of their town, I am bound by honor, duty, and law to defend them.
But then it
There is
appears
a
that we are going
smirk from Perrin at that comment.
Well, then it appears that we will attack them. Is that right?
Arena kind of like puts her hand in her little gnome hand.
I
Marina
put my
stops,
hand
looks
in.
at all of you, hand goes in. Bigger hand from Perrin goes in over the top.
Edmund daintily puts his hand in. Got this.
Very delicate and well manicured looking hand that necessarily does seem to have a few scrapes from sword practice. Goes in over the top.
Potion.
Edmund completely doesn't realize we're having a moment and then is like, and just like hand over the top of all of them.
And then Arena's like,
To protecting the people of this town, then.
and moves her hand from it.
How
Then let's get
very touching. Perhaps we should get back to more important matters.
As Ice
We're
Thing walks
walking,
out
we're
from
walking.
behind a building nearby and starts walking with you.
So we're gonna
Yes.
try to put all the people, or like the kids and maybe a couple adults on the boats, and tell them to go off for a little bit, and then
Yeah.
just continue.
Actually,
if we have time,
with-
continue like setting up, right?
Well, we're checking out the vault and at least
I don't
put
know
a
if I wanna
couple
check
of
out the
people.
We don't know where the
But
vault
people-
is.
The vault's in the temple.
You asked them, and they said that the vault is an extra-dimensional thing that they have no idea how to access because it was only like the 3 higher-ups in the temple who could access it.
Okay.
And as far as they know and they understand, when the temple was attacked, the vault is completely cut off from the temple, and they have no idea how to get it back. So in theory, there's a demi-plane just somewhere out there with a whole load of magical artifacts sitting in it.
Yeah, but we don't know where that is.
Neither do they.
That's what I'm saying. Like that could be like a whole week of journeying. The town could be gone by the time we get back.
Oh no, hell no! You can't even journey to a demi plane unless you literally know where it is. Like you need to have a way to access it. Like you need a thing from it or something.
There's not an anchor anywhere. There's not a door. There is not a place. Because if nothing else, we need to know where we're defending.
They have said when you ask them that like they literally don't know how to access it.
That's what I said.
If you asked in
not
particular,
knowing
like,
how
where
to
the physical
access it.
location it,
Yeah, sorry.
they will show you like where there is further in. There's a couple of steps down, like this flight of steps that goes down about like 5 to 6 meters. There's a flat area of about another 5 meters, and then just a sheer wall. And they
Oh.
say that
Yeah, that's it.
There.
used to be the way to
That.
go in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we need to see.
All right.
It's Chekhov's vault of magical items. Of course, we need to find out where it is. Like it's never gonna come up ever. And no, it's not gonna be relevant. We're like, it is though. Yeah. So, yeah. At least inspect the area, and more importantly,
I thought it was that they didn't know where it was, but okay. If they know where it is,
Yeah,
then.
that's not where it is though. That's where
it's
used
disconnected
to be accessed from. But yeah.
It's the door to it. But however, you've got a magical reality warping key that links across space and time. So maybe take a look. That's all I'm saying.
But definitely try. I just
Yeah.
don't know if it's gonna work. Is all.
I don't think the key
want-
relates,
try
but
the
you
tea?
might as well try
And
it.
try the key
Yeah.
if you want.
It costs us nothing to try. Yep.
Yeah.
I could
Could
Um,
lose the key. Actually, it might cost a lot to try. We already
Yeah,
know
the-
the key is flimsy.
I know the key can break. I had a moment.
You are very aware that when you put the key in the lock the first time around in the castle, you became very aware that the key is
Castle?
not in the castle, in the tower. The key is a humanoid replica of like a divine crystalline key, and it's made from mortal materials, and as such it doesn't have quite the same properties, and so the pressure's being put on it by opening that. It did resonate in a way like, if you're unlucky, that could have shattered. So if you want to try the key on a wall of ice, you can do.
I mean, I'll try it.
Okay. You stand forwards towards this just effectively flat sheer wall. You can see that cut into it is this depiction of an owl head with like horns coming out the sides. It's one of the symbols of Auril, and it's just inset just slightly by like a couple of millimeters into the design. Just a very large symbol.
Can we kind of investigate the door first before I just shove a key in it?
Sure, make an investigate roll.
See if there's anything else.
Can we all do it?
Yeah, investigate.
it? 16.
11.
I got a 15. The highest I'll ever get with an investigation roll.
And okay, everyone goes up and starts really minutely inspecting what appears to be just an ice wall with a slight design carved into it.
It's got an owl with a horn
After
on it.
like 10 minutes of poring over this design, you are convinced that this is just another wall of ice, like the rest of the temple. So it probably has magical properties of, resistance to damage and stuff and regrowth, etc. But it just doesn't appear to be any other part of the facade. There doesn't appear anything special about it. There's no hinge or door or seam. As far as you can tell, it's just a sheer wall of ice. Very cold.
Arena says a slight little prayer to the Raven Queen, actually, under her breath, and then pulls the key out from her bag of holding,
Okay.
and kind of holds it over the door to see if something opens up.
I just will say, while she's doing all of this, I actually have my back to the wall, and I'm looking to make sure neither the priest or anyone else is followed us and is going to try something.
The priest would probably be one of the priests would be watching you, but if you want to, you can give us some they'll turn around or whatever.
Yeah. No, I mean, they can be around, but if they make a move, I'm killing them, So
Okay,
I'm
sure. In which case, they'll look at you, you'll look at them, there'll be this weird stare off, and they'll kind of shrug. But yeah, as you pull a key out, and you start,
ideally, I would like them to not be looking, but yeah.
Okay, you're holding it in front of the door, you're gesturing around, seeing if anything's happening.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Okay, I put it back in, and then
This is probably a couple of minutes where you're trying different things, and you kind of start to feel a little bit silly. You're thought something would maybe happen, but I'm just standing here with a key.
Arena didn't really think anything was going to happen, but she's, doing it for the others who think there might.
Yeah.
And she kind of turns around. She hides it again so no one can see it. Turns back around and she's like,
It didn't work.
Worth a shot.
But maybe there is something else that we must do to activate this.
I turn to the whichever priest is
That'll be
with us and
Frost
say,
Oakville with you.
was there ever any kind of artifact that the three leaders would carry or anything?
No. They would just be able to access it by their connection, the closeness to Orl. Apparently, in times long gone, there would be more of our brethren, but as our numbers have decreased, it was only the 3 of them.
So perhaps people who'd attained a certain level of devotion or
That is my belief.
power, or no
If,
offense.
uh,
We cut the priests and we shove it into the owl. No, I'm just kidding.
What?
If another priest of Oral were to come here from some far-off place, would they potentially be able to access it?
Presumably so. I was never told how it worked because, as I said, I am not particularly high up in the clergy. But I believe that
Yeah, you're at the top now.
Mm-hmm.
I am.
It's true.
Chat said they
But
need they need to pass the oral exam.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for
Terrible
tuning in. Yeah, no, we're just I'm
approve.
leaving with Perrin. Yeah, bye.
That's so
Yeah.
good.
I just look and I say, Storm Sister Corey knew that they could be killed and it would not inhibit their plan. There must be another way.
Then maybe they do not want the vault. There are
What
very few
other-
people who knew were in that vault. The only people who would know would be the 3 of them. And I doubt
What
any of
other-
those 3 have told people.
What other value does this ancient icy relic hold?
It holds incredible value. It is itself historical and archaeologically significant. It is the last bastion of any sort of devotion to Auril. Herself, a less revered god these days, but a god nonetheless. She was a powerful deity, regardless of her current state. And the temple itself is still a powerful construct.
Could be as simple as destruction of the priesthood that would destroy any remaining remnants of this god. At the same time, it seems strange to me that these people care so much about this god when it seems that they've basically done the job for them. They are by most people's definitions dead. No offense.
Listen,
If they want to defy the gods, surely they would go for anyone else.
the way
Yes.
it works for the majority of gods, which we do not put about much, is that any sort of devotion to them can sustain them. You can, in most purposes, try to kill a god, and in nearly every circumstance, they will merely come back later, provided there is some sort of devotion towards them.
But Oral's not going anywhere. Like, people aren't flocking to this town to
There are
join
still
up.
some of us who keep the devotion alive within us. And we are not the last. There are a few people elsewhere around the world. We are the last organized place of worship.
I look at her and I just say, does forcing a new day mean anything to you?
A new day?
That is what she said she wanted.
It is a symbol of renewal to many people. It is when people tend to get powers that have elapsed back. Healing. It is seen by many followers of Serenre, Arroway, etc. to be cleansing.
Oh, she definitely wants to cleanse this land, but not in the same way that I want to.
Whatever,
Arena says.
whatever, yeah, whatever their motives, I'm sure they will be revealed when the enemy joins us. I suppose we
can
should finish
stop
our.
them before they get to do the whole motive stage.
It would be good to know what they intend to do before they begin doing it.
Well, whatever it is involves this temple.
Yes, and the priests are of no assistance whatsoever. And I do very much say this in front of them. I'm like,
Well, unfortunately, I have a lot to learn, and I only just got the job. And unfortunately, as well, for all of us, there was no handbook. So I am doing the very best I can, considering the circumstances.
you might recall, I backed your nomination, Frost Touch, but I'm going to need more than excuses in the coming battle. Find a way. And then I do
because
turn and
of
like
that-
walk out.
As you turn to walk out, she just gestures to the door. And because of that, I have tried to help in maybe a way that could possibly be of use to you. The doors open, and standing behind the doors are 2 very large humanoid shapes. just about Gatton size, maybe a touch bigger. All of them made of snow. There's vague
snowmen.
snowy limbs, vague snowy arms, blob of snow that kind of is like a pear shape, so it's got this bit that could be construed as a head, and then just a bigger blob for a torso. These might be of some use during your fight.
Arena's gonna kind of like walk up and check them out.
There's like a split second where Gadden's like, "This is a trap," and then when I realize
they've made the move, they're gonna kill us.
and then I'm like, oh, then I just sort of like turn and look at her, just give her the nod. You know, the closest thing Gadden's got to a smile. The seems legit. Like,
Arena's like walking around him and like knocking on it, touching it, poking him, seeing how they work.
As you like knock and touch, like bits of snow fall off them. And then, like, as you watch, the snow on the floor melts, and just new snow seems to just fall into place and then builds back up.
She looks excited.
These may be of use because snow golems are difficult for mundane hands to kill.
Ah.
Your enemies, zombies and skeletons that they have, they will be unable to really do much against them. It will force them to commit something.
Their ability to renew themselves is particularly of use. It means you can send them into the fray and have them take a few hits and be alright.
They will not even take damage. It is like trying to murder the snow with a knife. It is not going to do anything to the snow.
That's a good point. That's 2 barricades sorted. As long as the necromancers themselves don't show up.
They're just tanks, I think.
Just golems. They will not be able to stop a horde. The horde will probably just ignore them or pin them down. But they will be able to do damage to your enemies without the enemies being able to do anything to them. If you have an idea for them, excellent. But my first guess is that because the enemy cannot hurt them, you might be able to force them to commit someone more valuable to try and take them out.
Perhaps that could be useful for setting up some kind of trap. It would definitely be useful to draw some of their necromancers close to the fray, especially if they're maintaining some of the zombies.
Don't they have a big ogre on the other side?
They do.
Can set up a whole... Hey!
When and wherever that thing shows up, it's going to need a lot of our attention.
I think Icefang and I might be able to deal with it, unless we're better served as assassins.
That is what it looks like.
Oh, they're cute.
It's a big old snowy dirt boy.
They're ice chongies.
Mm-hmm. It's like a marshmallow from Frozen.
I was imagining the snowman from The Snowman, but like grizzled and scary.
Yes.
For your information, they are immune to cold, poison, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. So zombies and skeletons will literally do nothing to them.
Good.
I do look at Perrin and Sir Edmund and I say, where is Icefang's power better used? His breath to destroy a number of zombies, or perhaps to launch a surgical strike at a higher value target?
Hard to say at this point. It depends on how closely they commit their leaders. If the opportunity arises, then Icefang will be excellent for that. Otherwise, probably standing just behind barricades and using the ice breath to lock one down would be...
Based on what we saw previously, it can be used once. How long it takes before he can do it again is variable.
About every minute, roughly, give or take.
A minute isn't it?
Travel from one barricade to the next.
A minute is an eternity in open battle. Also, he is our fastest asset. He might be able to convey messages quickly. I, for my part, will be fighting as a wolf through the majority of the battle until I can get close enough to one of their humanoid members. Living humanoid members.
I have your information divided your heroes into 4 stats just to make it simpler. Attack, which is how much damage they can do. Support, which is how they'll support people and how much they want to and will.
Protect.
Mobility, and survival, which is a combination of just how intelligent they are to move away and fight smart, and also how tanky they are. Also, I don't know why I count like that. That's weird.
Yeah, yeah. That was an abomination. No,
I started counting on my thumb. That was a mistake.
yeah. I do the Dr. Ian Malcolm 1, 2, 3. I do that expressly because of Jurassic Park 4, 5. Yeah.
That works
Yeah.
better than my like
Stuff
1,
is-
2, 3, and then like I'm committed and I'm like, what do I do after 3? I know 4.
Yeah, yeah. It's thumb, index, and then these 3, and then 4 and 5. Yeah, yeah. Although Perrin, well, never mind. I was gonna say Perrin can bust out the Roman numeral counting, but we'll save that for when we're counting the zombie legions.
No, that's,
Yeah.
it's Babylonian, and that
Um.
and you just count like that,
That is smart.
It's very smart.
and then you can hold up to numbers up to 12 on one hand.
Anyway, in the world where Babylon never existed, what would you like to do? You've still got your roles for today to do with training militia, etc., and what have you. Building barricades, which you did note that they seem to accelerating their process because they work through the night, which obviously has knock-on effects on them. They are going to be taking penalties because they worked through the night to make more zombies. Probably because they know they're on a time limit because you did something. So you know they're probably going to attack sooner rather than later. What you'd like to do about that, it's up to you.
I mean, we were going off to do our thing, so I think someone
Yep.
needs to take on getting all the kids and stuff onto boats. Maybe someone charismatic. And I'm going to make more traps, because that's what I'm going to do. There's no explosive stuff here, right? Like, there's nothing I can use for explosive trap. Okay.
No,
'Cause those would be great
explosives,
against hordes.
Yeah, explosives you'd be looking at using large amounts of gunpowder, and gunpowder is relatively uncommon. There are a few places that use it more so, including the Lamarian Empire. But up here, again, out of the way. You might be able to get hold of some like whale oil, but that won't really explode. Okay, I know how to make whale oil explode. Let's see if Arena does. Arena, make me a alchemy tools roll. I don't know if you're proficiency in
I
that.
don't have proficiency in that, so...
Okay, so it'd
I
be
don't
plain
even have it.
intelligence.
Just a what?
Plain intelligence.
Plain intelligence, okay.
Would you say while she's done, Gatton is like constantly talking to the animals, like sending out bird scouts. Just, let us know when they're on the move. Let us know if that carnivorous swarm of crows.
10.
You would have access to some whale oil, presumably in this town, because they have done whale hunting from here. They haven't given it up when people asked for supplies, but there would be some. You don't know how to make it explode or anything. It's beyond you. You don't have proficiency in alchemy tools anyway, so
Yeah.
you can maybe make some more traps and
I
stuff.
might be
Again,
doing what the 12th did in our Warhammer game. Just blow myself up.
yeah. You can build traps if you want. Again, we're talking about the horde thing and about the zombies in particular. They're kind of resistant unless you make them just brute force themselves onto like stakes and stuff. Or you could work on some barricades, which you haven't actually done any barricades at all yet. If you want to do that, you could.
Whatever.
And
I
we've got to
think I'll
oversee
go with
barricade
what.
production.
Yeah, I'll go with
You
whatever
can both do that
Perrin,
if you want.
thinks is best for me to work on. Arena is like, she's a noob to this stuff. This is like her first big battle that she's ever been in, so she's relying heavily on, like, she's just consuming the knowledge from these people. But yeah, she doesn't want to say the wrong thing because she also doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, Gatton will go where you want him to go, but like what he believes he and Icefang are best used is like we're the heavy damage, and when one of them pokes their head up, like smash that guy. Because if we just wait, this wave after wave after wave will wear us down versus being like, no, him, kill him, right? you know, because they only have 6 non-zombies.
Well, maybe you and Ice Fang can kind of scout again like you were doing before, like making sure.
I'll
Well, I
say
have
if you
the
want-
bird scouting.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
saying
say
in
that,
the
like,
actual
you've
battle.
You've built up enough reputation, especially with one owl in particular, that like provided you just pay the owl in a few bits of rations that we won't even worry about. The owl will give you some very basic owl-related status updates of the enemy, which are not going to be particularly
Maybe we need to
descriptive,
kill the
but-
owl and use the owl's blood in the owl of the ice tower.
Plot twist. Like, yo, dog, yo, I heard you like owls.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
grasping, man.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Maybe
if you want to
inside
help
the
by moving
owl
stuff,
is the
you can do an
magic.
athletics check. If you want
Yeah,
to help,
no,
like, moving stuff.
Of course, like I mean, like any of the physical stuff, barricades. I mean, like in like the battle, like
Okay,
our purpose in the proper battle, is that, you know.
Yeah.
Like we're the tanks in the not the soak damage sense, the like cannon, like boom,
You're the
boom,
strategic reserve, right?
Yeah. Tanks. Yeah.
Like if a barricade is fluctuating, etc., makes sense.
Right. Move in, reinforce it, the type
Right.
thing. Because again,
So-
I, you know, Gaten needs to get close enough to kill one of them with this sword to like learn some stuff about them. So I need to like nail down one of them and then nail down one of them.
Yeah, see, the check gets what I'm saying. Like in the Magicians when the key was in the rabbit. Exactly. Maybe the key to the freaking ice door is inside the owl.
You're just gonna murder every rodent and flying creature on this planet just to
You
try
stay-
and open
you stay
a
away
not
from it.
door.
I will just say this one other thing. When we do send the kids away, like I like load them up with that day's good berries. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, at least you'll be good for 24 hours. Don't die, kids.
I will say that after
You know?
Earlier today, when a zombie literally walked into town for an oak for you, no one has seen a real sign of the enemy until then. At that
Okay.
point, persuading them to go is gonna be like an easy charisma check, and if you got the priest to help, it wouldn't even be necessary. So I will say that you can send the kids off without much hassle. You send them off with like some adults who are incapable of fighting to look after them, and that's easily enough done.
As long as the adults are good at survival, because they'll need it.
Yeah, you'll make sure you pick some of the older adults who are kind of infirm, but they are used to living on this land. Maybe like some ex-hunters or something. Sure.
Now,
I will also say that having the kids safe will increase the morale of your levies by 1 point.
Now that they've seen a zombie, there's a few more people gonna sign up too. Be like, yo, they're real, and you need to help us defend against them.
Do you want Edmund to go around and try and get people to sign up
yeah,
again?
Edmund, do
We're
it.
doing half off. 1 day only, Edmund Heifel School of Sword Fighting. Be a hero.
Okay, so Edmund's gonna try and recruit more people. You've got Gaffin helping with
Can he
physical
do
labor.
his speech first to maybe get bonuses to his role? If it's good, if the RP's good. I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
I mean, I'll maybe consider it if there's like a really good speech in there.
All right, no pressure, Edmund.
How do you recruit people, Edmund?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and enemies, people of all sorts, shapes, sizes, and kind, I come to you, a knight of the Empire, a representative of the elite legion of Parent Slayers. I have conquered many lands, and I speak to you now as an emissary from beyond. A conquering force marches upon you, greater than the likes of any I have ever seen. But they do not realize that Andora is not a town that can be conquered. For your people are made of ice, stone, and steel. You have an inner courage that can be kindled, a fire that can be ignited, a flame that cannot be quenched. You will strike fear into the very heart of even us, the Knights of the Empire. I don't stand above you, I stand as one of you. Take up your arms and fight alongside me. Join us as we make our stand and defend this town that has been so gracious a host to me. I kneel and beseech you, rise up and go forth as Knights of Andora and slay the undead horde that marches on.
Pick a well-earned D6 inspiration dice that you may spend. If you want to spend it on this speech, you can, but make me a persuasion roll. That was a good speech.
I'll
Knights
do
of
that.
Andora. I think
I
that's
think a
going to be
lot
the
of people
episode
probably
name,
came into
Knights of
this
Andora.
speech- Yeah, probably a lot of people came into the speech expecting it to be like terrible, and when you finished, there's actually just stunned silence. People are like, actually makes a really good point.
I want to be a knight. That sounds cool.
out
Cool.
of character as a stand-up comic, I gotta test the audience. Once I hear the boos, it's like, all right, I know which team they're gonna root against and for. All right, I'm gonna add 1d6.
The chat
to this.
says that after the speech, they're ready to fight.
Oh,
Oh,
27!
27!
Nice.
Oh,
Dang,
okay.
son. Yes.
Also, I swear the boo wasn't Perrin.
throws an
It was
apple, hits
probably
me in the
fair.
head.
He was saying boo earns.
Boo earns.
The boo earns the zombies. Yeah, that's the
Drink up,
plan.
Jebediah Ben-Hur.
No, you know, burns. That's what he's saying, yeah.
2027 is excellent. You did start to deplete them with your last recruiting thing, but now people take it more seriously. I'll say, honestly, with 27, you get 4 more units. And you can decide if you want ranged, melee, or builders.
We're going,
Ranged.
we're going 2 ranged and 1 builder and 1 melee.
Okay, that brings you up to 3 in each.
Nice.
Okay. That's quite a lot of people. You've got about a third, maybe half of the total population actually in your militias. Although no one has tried to train them yet, really, other than some very basic from our friend the other day. So they're still pretty green. But the very rousing speech, a lot
I
more
think
people
I'm gonna
are
need to
recruited.
clip that speech or like have that as a social asset. That was pretty cool.
Can we put the mercenaries to the task of teaching the peasants?
You can, and the mercenaries have a support role that I can use. You also have the mercenary leader, Varnon. But he can't necessarily teach 300, 400 people at the same time.
Yeah, we'll go talk to him and don't need to repeat it, but basically be like,
Right, yeah, sure. Teaching them how to fight, right.
yeah, if you need your whole team working on it, then go for it. We've got peasants working on the barricade building. We need these people to know what they're doing and at least how to hold a spear or something vaguely sharp.
You sent the boat away. You sent the 2 fishing boats away. So sure.
One thing we need to make sure is at every battle station we have burning torches because they got to set the zombies on fire or they'll keep getting up. Like I can light the torches with druidcraft, that's easy, but I mean like we need like bonfires to like have constant sources of fire. Because otherwise we have to kill each enemy 3 or 4 times and that won't work.
It doesn't count. Fire doesn't end a zombie. It's only radiant that ends a zombie. Otherwise it's just damage.
Yeah.
Let me guess, we got no sources of radiant. Cool. Awesome.
I mean, radiant is a very rare damage type, so
Yeah, I'm presumably it's a purely magic one.
pretty much.
I feel like something I think one of the smites that I can have can do radiant, but that means
Divine
I can
Smite.
do 3.
Your
Yeah.
normal divine smite, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
all
right,
smites
yeah.
are radiant.
Or necrotic if you're evil.
Oh.
Okay, so that's an amazing speech. What are you doing with the barricades?
I'm thinking first off try and barricade off the courtyard with the temple. That they will be large barricades, so that it's gonna take a lot. But they potentially don't have to be quite so strong as the ones that I want on the outer.
Do you want me to help with the traps or do you want me to help with the barricades?
Traps kill zombies,
Arena's
so
good
that's
with-
nice.
Good with, building
You
stuff.
do know that it's very hard to kill zombies without direct, like, choosing to try and finish off a zombie. So,
Is that an argument for or against traps?
against traps, because they will just do
Hmm.
random damage, and killing a zombie requires you to be very specific in, like, ending a zombie. Unfortunately, traps are not great in general against zombies, except when
Maybe
they're
a focus
done,
on
like steaks.
barricades then, because there's a lot of them we
Well,
need.
we were doing steak.
Yeah.
Steak traps.
Focus on barricades. I don't know.
Whatever you want
Perrin knows how this works. I've never defended a town from a zombie attack.
Well, last time you did roll an intelligence check to figure out like what traps would do to zombies, and you decided that stakes are about the only thing, because the pressure of the weight of zombies will push them onto the stakes, and it will slow them down, and it will kill a few. But like in general, traps against zombies, unless you can do like a mass area thing, which you can't really do, partly not this level, and partly not without more resources or more time. You won't be able to like figure out a way to do mass area effect against the zombies. You can maybe take out 1 or 2 easily enough, but it's not going to have a huge effect on a horde.
Right, let's do barricades.
Arena, that'll probably just be an int check, because it'll be either designing them, which is an int check, or it'll be carpenter's tools, which is... Oh, you can get proficiency with carpenter's tools, right? Because you can get yourself proficiency with any tool you create.
Let's post that in the chat. So I learned to produce exactly the tool I need with Tinker's tools in hand. You can magically create 1 set of artisan's tools in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you.
You aren't proficient with them.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yes, so it'll be a plain int check.
Okay. But I do have smith's tools, so I could like...
You can't smith the barricade, unfortunately.
Okay.
Certainly not in anything less than a month.
Okay. Base int check it is then. With a 13.
13. 13's still good. And you've got 3 units of builders working for you now. So they'll all get a benefit from that. And Bentham, are you helping the barricades by inspiring people, or by designing, or what?
Oh, you should have inspired me.
Oh, this is more like him inspiring like all 120 builders you have.
Yeah, I am included.
Maybe go for
I'm
inspiring.
included in one of the builders.
maybe go for inspiring just because I'm good at persuasion, and the other ones, like everything else, I can do the work of 1 man. But if I inspire everyone to work twice as hard, then I've done the work of
You want to
120.
make a speech about how they should build barricades.
Ooh, do it. Speech,
All right.
speech.
Mine's Perrin's got a more kind of practical approach to this. He's less about he's not gonna be like Knights of Andorra. He's gonna gather and be like, all right, people, you guys have a very important job in this. You're creating the wall between the zombies and yourselves. These walls need to work, and they need to be fast. We don't know when they're gonna come, but they are preparing to attack as soon as they're ready. I can give you some pointers on how to put these things
But
together.
we're not ready for them.
We can be. I'm going to show you how. I've done this before. I know how these things work.
You fought zombies before?
I haven't fought zombies. I fought worse. Zombies are easier. They're going to walk at you, and that's about all they're going to do. And all you need to do is put something in their way. They'll walk straight into it. That's
Don't
the idea.
forget our madness.
You've got
Don't
this
forget our
going for
madness,
you.
Perrin. You should have lied.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
more
I mean, I
specifically
said I fought
embellishing,
worse.
right?
That's good.
So
Yeah,
that's
I said I
fine.
fought worse. It's like
Yeah.
it's a bit of an embellishment. Also, in a way, true.
Also, make me a quick deception roll, because you're little verging on deception with that.
Oh crap!
I mean, he has fought zombies. The wolves were zombies.
Natural 1. So that's great. That's good. That's wonderful. Yep.
So they're gonna build the barricades, but I roll
Where'd my
a little
persuasion
bit
roll
now
go?
afraid.
What about my persuasion?
Persuasion roll. Make the persuasion roll.
Okay. That's a 2. That is, so 7.
So
I'm counting up. Next roll will be a 3. We'll get there.
they're not really gonna gain any bonuses from you. They're more gonna take their inspiration from the very skilled carpenter gnome, who for some reason doesn't have skills in carpenter's tools, but still does a reasonable job. And many of them are now afraid of the zombies. So they're going to lose a point in morale. So we're back to net. But you will have 3 units of builders. So you can build 3 barricades, or if you want to, 6 piles of really terrible crap just that will slow zombies down and stuff. But they won't be barricades. Or if you want, you may build 1 really good barricade.
I like
It's
that.
only- 3 isn't even enough for the courtyard.
I like that Edmund is still like one-upping you. And grumble, grumble.
He's
grumble.
got the inspiring speech stuff on lockdown.
Yeah.
Like, no,
We're
it's
just
not quite
saying-
so much parents back as demonstrated apparently.
Yeah, I would say Gatton during this time is just doing literally beast of burden stuff, like wild shaping into like stronger things, and just like dragging like towing carts around.
Yeah,
and
I'll
stuff
say
like
because
that.
of that, because you
Yeah.
have a lot of powers that literally allow you to be literally like a cart horse, but better. Make an athletics check at advantage. And this will be just to like aid them in moving crap around to like where it's needed for the barricades, because that is literally like 2/3 half the work.
You did say athletics, right?
Athletics. Yeah.
Hang on. I need not you. I need to be over here. My strong boy. Okay, so here's the challenge, EE. In the wolf form, I'm stronger, but I don't have athletics. Do you want me to just manually add my bonus?
Because you're gonna
Okay.
most of the time be in your normal form, but you'll get advantage because you have other ways of buffing
Okay.
that.
Okay. Here we go, y'all. May the odds be in our favor.
You're right, chat. I'll change my dice color.
Narrator
Natural
voice.
one.
They are not.
And a 6.
It's cold out here.
Yeah, it doesn't really get you a bonus. You don't hinder anyone, but you're just pitching in. One person amongst 123. So, where would you like to put your 3 normal barricades or one really good barricade? And this is like a barricade with like a firing step and like crenellations. Or would you like 6 piles of crap that will slow zombies down?
I think 3 normal barricades and put them around the courtyard in the most likely avenues of attack.
Okay.
Shall I mark them or?
If you want to mark them in a different color to your blue. So, the day ends.
Oh, that's a box. No, I didn't want to make a box. Why did it make a box?
Because you have the box selected. Your messages
get
come
rid of
back and they talk to you, Gatton, and they tell you that they seem to be amassing their forces and have stopped really recruiting any forces at the same rate, and they seem to be preparing. They're still finishing digging out the last few skeletons and zombies who are kind of need help getting to the surface, but they're no longer really raising new ones.
How do I erase it?
I literally select it with select all, dude.
That's not intuitive at all.
Made an object. So, day ends. You have a bit of a sleep. Anything
Okay,
you
I've
want
marked
to
the
do, or any
barricades.
conversations you want to have, or are you
Yeah.
good to...
Establish shifts, by the way. Like, I mean, an attack is imminent. It may come in the night. The other thing I'm doing is so like a guard rotation. And I'm checking my druid craft to check the weather every day.
Yeah, it still seems like it's going to be kind of Let me check if it's going to be changing anytime soon. Still seems like it's going to be kind of overcast. Very light snow, nothing else.
Right, but not
Um,
like the blizzard that the zombies can march through type thing, you know? Like that's
No, it
really what
doesn't
I'm
look like
keeping
it's
an eye
gonna-
out for.
no,
Yeah.
You seem to be okay. Establishing shifts, yeah, you can easily get that. You've got enough troops now, and you've got mercenaries working. Incidentally, the mercenaries, their support role, thanks to the heroes, not great, because they didn't choose to roll support, so they took an average. So don't train anyone particularly fast. But night happens. There is a knock at the door. Probably only like half an hour after you've gone to bed.
Just spear through the door. It's boom. Don't even open it. You know?
We're closed.
I realized that, but there's someone here who wants to talk to Perrin.
All right. I guess we would all go drag Perrin out of bed and just dump him outside into the cold.
What's happening?
I pretend
time
to keep
is it?
I pretend to keep sleeping because I'm aware of what's going on anyway, but I act like I don't respond.
At the door is just one of the mercenaries who's kind of just like a little bit new, fresh face. You can still see they've got like a scar on their chin. Don't know what's going on, but there's just a bunch of bones that are walking towards our guys, and when they went to investigate, it had a scroll on it with your name.
Wait, a bunch of bones?
Dude, it was a skeleton that was walking.
Okay, right. Did you get the note, or is everyone keeping clear? I take a look at the note.
And as you open it, crack the seal, it just says, Perrin,
It's sealed, nice.
I've talked to the other two. We should talk.
You to give her the key.
I look for like a quill or whatever, like writing implements.
Can I just say after the vault, did you give me the key back so we can make sure that we like said that out loud?
It's in my bag anyway.
Yeah, it's in the bag of holding in the compartment. Okay, dig it.
I get a quill and some ink, and I sit down and lay out the paper, and I go, fuck no. Please place this back on the skeleton and send him on his merry way.
Right. How'd you know the skeleton's a he? It doesn't really have any junk.
I took a guess. I suppose it's a bias, especially considering they're from a graveyard and it's entirely 50-50.
Presumably. Okay, I'll put this back on. Walks away.
Disturbing my sleep. Ugh. Go back to bed.
Okay. You sleep. Next day, haven't been roused. You wake up. The sky seems slightly less red, but it still seems to be tinted. What would you like to do today?
Yes.
More
continue.
barricades. We need way more barricades.
Okay.
This day, I'm going to spend some more time ranging around the city. Like, we just assume they're coming from that way because that's where the graveyard is. But I mean, they might march around, hit from the other side. Just, swing a little wider and, keep my birds in the air too. Just in case, because they hid bodies in the snow once. They very much might be marching zombies over and just dropping them all around us. So
also, Arena kind of talks to everybody, including even Edmund. And maybe some of the other people that we have been working closely with, and tries to convince them all to meet for like a little lunch gathering.
Okay. You organize a lunch gathering.
But
sure.
You guys can do whatever you want. I just want that to happen at some point. You can let me know when that happens.
Probably at lunchtime. Okay, so since you're going out and going to be out of contact for a little bit, we'll do Arena, Perrin, and Edmund first. Are you both going to be focusing barricades again?
Whatever people think is good for Arena to be working on. She doesn't know anything about warfare, but she knows about building things. Or so she's supposed to.
Okay. You can make persuasion roll or int roll, Bentham, and Maggie, if you want me to make that int roll again, you can do so.
All right, will do, sir. I have a 22.
I got another natural one. The dice color change didn't help.
Natty one.
So Arena is, I think one of the best things about Arena is she's very quick to adapt and learn new things because she loves learning new things. And although she isn't a carpenter, she's been working closely with some people who maybe among the town are carpenters. And by day 2, she's doing better than some of the trained carpenters and identifying like the right timbers to pull off the buildings and stuff. And it's going a lot faster. Building barricades has never been quicker. However, Perrin has maybe scared some people with honest talk about zombies.
That's what I'm thinking has happened. I'm like, all right, today we're building the barricades on the outer walls. These will need to be braced against the buildings around them because zombies will flow like a river towards the center of the settlement.
And remember, you've got to make sure they're strong because they need to be like protected against like an ogre zombie who's got like polar bears and stuff. And they're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like this doesn't just need to be a wall in between you and them. It needs to be bowed outwards to stop the force of their charge, you see. And you need to be stood behind that, spearing them through it.
I admire your leaning into
You have a
there.
+5 to this roll. That's so sad.
Well, that means the roll's a 6.
Oh my god.
I'm telling you, roll 20 is reverse weighted. The higher your modifier, the lower the rolls.
Yep.
I have the worst stats for crit fails of.
I
so
will tell you
far.
now that it's a good thing that you have a +5 because below 5 is you start to give negatives to the town.
Luckily,
That's
like
bad
skills,
enough.
you can't usually natty 1 them. So it's...
Yeah, the only thing you can natty 1 or natural 20 is an attack roll. So because of the +5, you can't fail badly enough to injure the town.
So-
People are scared, but not enough that they suffer another loss of morale.
But it's below average on the
It is
building.
seriously bad.
So at this point, I have now had 8 crit successes in this game so far, and 20 crit fails.
Yeah.
You know, I deeply sympathize. I
Here's
deeply
the thing,
sympathize.
though. You also roll a lot too. Like.
No, his
But-
ratio
No,
is
that-
far
no,
worse
that-
than
no,
anyone
that's
else.
like, yeah,
No.
it shouldn't affect it. Yeah,
That
the odds
should
are
mean
the
it's
odds.
more even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
So
Thank you to Attila Kirby for keeping these records so that I can despair at how
Here-
bad it is.
Here's what I would like to know. Also, thank you for making me feel slightly better, and I know how bad I feel, so I feel bad for you. But also the number of rolls that is under 50%, 1 through 10, which is not a critical fail, but still a wide miss. I feel if anybody's checking that, we're getting under 10 way more
Yeah,
often than we're
both
getting.
of us are negative. Arena
when
is
you say
even.
that, there
the
was a
only
certain
one
fight with the
positive
water
is
elemental
Edmund.
that you crushed. So anyway,
So notice we're like 22 episodes, and you can think of one example.
the recent example with the CR5 creature, but sure. So you don't give a negative to the town. Probably a few people do desert, but not enough that they're going to impact anything overall. You scare people. People are actually like avoiding you and not meeting your eyes. So that went well. However, because of the amazing carpentry roll, you will get to place another 3 barricades. The number will start to drop down as you use more and more resources. But luckily, the carpentry roll is keeping it really high, and even a bad roll from you, giving you like a 1 less barricade, is going to keep it at 3. So you can have 3 non-barricades, or you can upgrade a barricade, 2 barricades, sorry, or you can have 1 really good barricade or 6 piles of crap.
I think go middle of the road, 3 decent barricades.
Okay, 3 reasonable barricades it is.
This time I'm going to apply some on the outer streets. Thinking there, and
Oh, if you want to put barricades in the alleyways, each one will only count as a half.
oh, so I can do another 3 if I'm doing like little ones right now.
If you're only doing the little ones, they'll only count as a half because they're tiny, like a lot easier to
Fantastic.
make. And
Then I can
like
fill
you
in
don't have
the
to deal with
rest.
bracing so much because they're braced like a couple of meters wide, easy enough to brace. Hell, there's
Don't
not even
forget
a
you
couple of meter
wanted to
wide
have like
corners.
a little choke point there too. Right?
That's lower priority. Right now I'm
Okay.
just focusing on defending them from the direction they're most likely to attack from. And then
is the
tomorrow,
same,
if they haven't attacked yet, I'll do round the back where they might flank us.
Okay.
Okay, so
Also haven't had a chance to do my scoop or like my sloped barricade design for the port so that the zombies walk into it and then just slide off into the bay. I want to do that.
So Edmund, what are you doing today?
I'm trying to get the troops up to fighting shape, giving them all the classic fighting cliche lines like aim small, miss small, don't shoot till you see the white of their bones, burn them all in hell, things like that.
Okay. Training them. Yeah. What would you like to use to make this? Probably like an attack roll, or like a wisdom with an attack, or an int with attack, or a charisma with attack.
You know what? I like the idea of an int with an we'll do charisma with attack.
Okay, so it'll be charisma plus your proficiency bonus. So it'll be the same as anything you've got proficiency bonus in for charisma.
All right. So that makes it a straight roll. I'm just trying to make them feel good about themselves. Feel good about yourselves, little ones. All right. Nat 20. Oh yeah. Keeping the stats high.
Okay, are you trying to spread this over all of your units, or do you want to like
Edmund.
dedicate this to a few units? Do you want to have like a couple of elites, or do you want to have like a general buff? And by elite, I mean like they're still peasants.
I like the idea of a general buff, just because the more people that might actually survive can spread the great legend of Edmund Highfell, the greatest sword instructor that ever lived in this or any age.
In which case,
He definitely increases on the list.
I mean, oh yeah. All your peasants will gain 1 to their battle rating, every single unit. So your melee peasants, your ranged peasants, your builder support peasants, all +1 to their BR.
We taught them the patented Highfell parry. It's like, all right, this is a feint that the family kind of developed back in the day. It's a little different.
Does a feint work on a zombie?
It does, because they shuffle, they come in for the brains, their heads removed and they're burned.
I'm beginning to understand why parents' people lost to Edmund's people.
Ooh.
Ouch.
So, Gatton is away for the day, so you'll get an update on what Gatton has discovered later. So we'll go to lunch first, and then we'll catch up on Gatton. So lunchtime comes across.
Well, Gatton,
arenas.
everyone needs to be there for the lunch.
Oh, in which case you'll probably have to make it like an end of day,
Like a dinner.
I mean, if
an early
she
dinner.
if
Okay,
she
give me
asked me, I would wait for the lunch and I'd leave. You know what I mean? Like it's whatever. Yeah, whatever's
we can do
easiest.
dinner.
Right, yeah, like an end of day dinner.
Yeah, we can
Because
do
I,
end of
I
day.
think that would. There's some things that might be very useful then.
Okay.
Gatton, make me a perception roll. Because you've got animal friends and stuff that all kind of work into this, you can have advantage.
Let's see.
Or survival, actually, both would work because you're kind of tracking their movements.
Okay. What were my options? Survival or what? Sorry.
Survival, perception, both with advantage.
Numbers the same, so numbers the same. I'm rolling survival, but it's really you could give me either.
22.
Okay.
The first one was a 13. So like initially you're kind of like, okay. They seem to be going a little bit south. They seem to be starting to approach now. Looks like they're gonna hit somewhere, and I'm gonna start drawing on the map now. Around here ish.
Yeah.
Oh, it changed my color. Whoops.
Right, so go more towards the bay.
But you notice that you kind of spot like 3 of the humans you saw before. There is the ogre. Where are the polar bears? There's the standard bearer. There's survivor. There's probably about 50 to 60 zombies missing. But with aid of your snowy owl friend, ranging around towards the end of the day, you discover the other group. It looks like they are swinging around. Come from the northeast.
Is there, so if I'm seeing 4 of the, living, I was gonna say humans, they're not humans, 4 of the living enemies are over there, does that mean 2 of the living enemies are with that group of zombies over there?
There are 3 over to the west, so there will be 3 over to the northeast.
Got it. But the survivor is closer to the bay.
Yeah, the survivors on the west, along with the standard bearer and one of the others. It looks like one of the veterans. So on the other side is probably a veteran and the 2 necromancers.
Based on their location and travel, does this seem like they're hitting us tonight, or like
Yes, they are hitting you tonight.
Oh crap.
Okay. With that information, I go back and I relay it all of their split of the fact they did try and catch us at a pincer. They thought we wouldn't check. In 50 to 60 zombies coming from the northeast. That means they're.
It'll probably be just a little more than that. It'll be almost 80. So it's only 2 units of zombies.
Well, I was about to say, rather than have you be on the hook to count the exact number of zombies, I mean, is it roughly 50-50? Like some of their heaviest hitters
no,
are
it's more like 60%, 70% are on the west, whereas the group went east. Judging by their travel time and stuff, you'd probably think that they left the group yesterday to go around. So it was probably half the group at that point, and then the rest, now reinforced, came in from the west. So for your information, that's 2 units of zombies on the northeast.
I do come back and tell them all this, and I'm like, if they intend to attack in the night, perhaps we have an opportunity to ride out and meet the ones to the northeast and destroy them quickly, and get back in time before the main host arrives.
It is possible that there are enough of us all combined that if we march out there in force, we can take them out before the others have a chance to advance, though if we're not quick enough to do that and get back, they could start to overrun the town while no one's here to defend it.
Yes, perhaps, I mean, the 4 of us, with some mercenary accompaniment. At least strike the heads off of their army, and then fall back if necessary. Because we cannot be in both places at once when the majority of their power is coming from the west.
What is it? What if it is a trap?
It's certainly a trap.
Maybe they want us to go out there and attack the others. And if we do, then they will attack here.
They're going to attack here no matter what.
How quickly can they get from where they're stationed to the west to the town?
Looks like they're probably going to hit you just after nightfall.
Like, from the moment they go, okay, we're attacking now, like, how long will it take from them to get from where they are to the town?
Travel time from where they are to you right now means they'll probably be hitting you in about 2.5 hours.
Is there, even from knowing the layout of this, is there even a reasonable expectation, not counting whether or not we win, is there just from travel logistics to go hit them in the northeast and be back, but to join the main battle?
If you are quick and can crush them quickly, and your troops like double time it both ways, and reminder that they are peasants, so they're not used to that, but they are hardy folk up here. If they're quick, it's possible. Probably don't risk taking all your troops, just in case, but it's possible. It is also, anyone who has been trained in military tactics would know, if you're going to be pincered like that, it is the smart move to take out one side of the pincer beforehand, because then you'll be fighting them with 2-on-1. So it is a smart move. You might just be able to do it if you are quick and you get back in time. You'd literally have to be like on your toes and moving fast.
I'm not a tactician, but that is my vote.
Yes, if we gather a lot of our elite forces, there's not much confidence behind the word elite, then we might be able to catch them unawares, take out the leaders. I'm hoping that dropping the leaders drops the rest of the army.
And remember, if I can get close enough, and I just point at the sword, we might learn something useful to the rest of the battle.
Yes, perhaps the 4 of us, Isitana can move quick, so definitely a good idea.
Some of the peasants, but the locals, I should not refer to them as peasants. They are proud people, but leave the mercenaries here to hold the city just in case we're delayed.
I would also not mind having 2 giant polar bears ridden by priests of the Ice Temple if they would be happy to join us.
I'll let you know now, just before you check with them. They will not have both priests leave the vicinity of the temple. They will have one.
Yeah, sure. Did we place the ice golems? How fast do they move?
Their speed is... Oh, they are very slow.
They're
The ice
shallow.
They should stay. They're good at holding lines anyway. They should stay here.
They probably should hold this line to the northeast, honestly. Like, they should plug the hole when we go. Because they'll, yeah. I'm afraid they're just going to hit...
If we don't come back, have the golems guard that direction.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, us, Ice Fang, and I guess one unit of peasants, basically, and then we roll.
All gonna die.
Yeah, you can... So, for reference, the heroes that you have, Kirby Bear, Hero Bear, which is the designations I've given them, either Frost Touch Tombs or Frost Touch Oakwell, although Oakwell's less likely to go with you because Oakwell is technically in charge. Ice Fang, the mercenary leader Varnon, and you've got a group of mercenaries numbering 16 in total.
Yeah, we'll take Tombs. And I guess, could they command both bears in the field?
Yeah. Leave the mercenary
so you can still
hero
have
to
two polar bears.
Yeah, leave the mercenary hero to command the mercenaries, just in case. You know, they'll listen to him. So
Will they be in? Will Varnon then be in charge of defense of the town while you're away, along with Oakwell?
Yeah, those two. Yeah, they hold it while we're gone. Yeah.
In which case, it'll come down to the support role that Varnon made.
Yep. I mean, again, the goal is get here, smash them, and be back. At least, you know, I mean, the battle might be joined, but, you know, we're here in time to make a difference.
Yeah,
So,
you wish that, Gatton.
Yep. I'd rather try this than just wait and get squashed. Yep. Yep.
Right. How many
Mhm.
of your actual like troops are you taking with you? Because you have 3 melee, 3 range, and 3 builders. So you have quite a few units. Bear in mind that your units are slightly smaller. Your units are 30 to 40. So 40 peasants. So.
Maybe 1 melee and 1 ranged. Again, it's supposed to be just a strike team.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm.
Although when you say 3 and 3, do you mean 3 individuals or 3 like I said, units, like a group of?
Units each
3
of the
groups.
3 kinds.
Yeah.
Okay, right, yeah.
And each
One
group is 40 peasants. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
The one to the north is 2 units. Each unit is 50 zombies or skeletons. So it's actually 100 to the northeast.
This number keeps getting bigger.
Sorry.
True. Well, and
It was 60 before.
I know.
Yeah. I just one of each. I mean, because either we're gonna do this quick or we're not gonna be able to do it. So, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
one
that's
range,
my
one
vote.
melee.
Yeah, and we don't want to just completely leave the town unguarded. So that's my thought.
The downside is if you only take a couple, it will be a much harder fight, and that means it might drag on. If it drags on, it's gonna take time coming back. So it's a dice roll, however you want to play it.
Do you want just 2 melee then and no ranged? Just get in and chop it up.
Up to y'all.
Oh yeah, because ranged weapons aren't gonna be terribly effective against undead anyway.
Range units are better at surviving because they can keep retreating from the zombies, but they're going to be less damaging. Because massed range is normally just throwing arrows at the enemy rather than deliberately going for like headshots that will kill zombies.
I am wondering if it might just be better for their purpose to be distracting the zombies. They keep the zombies busy and chasing them down while we just loop round and kill the leaders and hope to hell that all the zombies present are being supported magically by the leaders that are there.
Yep.
I have no idea if that's the case.
Yeah, the 4 of us and Ice Fang definitely have to go for the leaders. So yeah, leave the other people.
If dropping the leaders drops the zombies, then the peasants we bring with us should purely be there to keep the zombies busy and to keep themselves out of trouble.
Okay. Yep.
So 1 melee, 1 range unit.
Let's go with that. It's got versatility.
Okay.
Yep.
So you have 80 peasants in total. 2 bears, Frost Touch Tombs, Ice Fang, 4 of you.
Yep.
Well, 5.
Oh, yeah, true. 5. Okay. So
Cat's got a good point. We forgot. Like, so when the zombies get here, we need to just send a cavalry charge into them, while firing siege weapons.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Unarmed with weapons that cannot harm them canonically.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's true.
Right.
Right. So, Gatton gets back, and you're discussing this just as you're sitting down for, I guess, what is probably going to be a quick dinner. But you do need to eat, obviously, because you're about to, go carb up before battle. So everyone's rushed sitting down, Arena, as you are joined.
Of pasta. Lots of
The
pasta.
friends you have made amongst the carpenters and the fighters, etc., all sit further away from Perrin. You notice that. And they will definitely don't meet his gaze, even when he's like trying to talk with them. Your dinner is being served.
Arena brings out like a little trinket, and she like winds it up, and it starts playing Happy Birthday song. And she brings it over to Perrin.
I'm eating and just like, oh, is this? Wait, what day is it?
Your birthday's not for a few days, but you could very much be dead in a couple of days.
It's interesting symmetry to celebrate your birthday on the day that you're statistically likely to die.
It's one of those like things where like it
Hmm.
like it goes around in a circle, and it like makes the sound based on the planks.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding,
Oh, right.
ding, ding, ding.
Thank you. I didn't. What day is it?
Well, I'm a little early, but I just wanted to make sure that you got it.
And then she pulls out from her bag a little thing that's like wrapped in kind of like papers or something like that. Whatever papers that she's found. So it's like a mishmash of like wrapping paper. She hands you.
For your reference, since you asked Perrin, today is Moon's Day, 28th of Wild Leap. 2 days before your birthday on Weird's Day, which is the 1st of Wild Wane.
No, it's early. I guess? Do you want me to open it now on account of the maybe being dead by the time it's actually my birthday?
Well, I hope that's not the case, but maybe it will be useful for you.
All right, I open it.
They're navigator's tools. And they're fancy. They're like engraved, and they have your name on it and stuff.
It's like he like opens them and is like, oh wow, how did you get these?
I wasn't only helping Pietro.
Remember on the ship when you kept walking in to talk to her and she was like, don't look at the thing, it is not finished.
No, I just assumed she was trying to hide the tech heresy she was performing.
No. I mean, yes, but not fully all I was doing.
The perfect cover, performing like heretical tech upgrades while also making a birthday present.
I've been planning this
That's where to hide it.
with EE for a while.
This is amazing. I hope I get the chance to use them.
That kind of makes Lorena a little sad. But she just kind of like trucks through it, and she's like,
I worked really hard on making it, so I hope you like them.
I do, and he's like looking at it and like
It's perfectly aligned. Like these things are made out of some like really nice metals and wood. Not overly precious, but they're solid in construction and they're very finely like wrought and engraved, and they have your name on.
ooh, and I had some of
yeah,
those gems. I
perfectly
would
fine
be
as well.
willing to put some of the gems in there because I have jeweler's tools too. Yeah. There's jewels in it. I'll remove some of my jewels that I have.
Yeah, I think in Perrin's head, his war gears have been going at high speeds, and they just suddenly go, and then start going the other way into archaeologist mode. And he's like, "Oh yes, this is very evocative of like a 200-year style, and I see your inspiration for this part." And just like,
Yeah, there's probably a bit of you that's like, oh, I recognize the main theme of the craftsmanship. It's from this like before I was born, like 60 years ago. And Arena's like, that's when I was learning.
Yeah, and that's the details for you if you want to put those on your character sheet.
ah.
But I think you should be able to
And-
search them and drag them onto your sheet. It might be faster.
Because of a lovely birthday present on or about your birthday in a tough situation, Aaron, you got a 1d6 inspiration dice.
Yeah, I'll use it on my next natural one.
Yay. Awesome. I'm glad I gave this to you before then, because I debated. And Arena like gives you a hug.
His very thoughtful gift kind of pulls you out of that malaise of
And
we might well die.
Yeah, and she's like hardcore nerding out with you too. And she's like, yeah, I thought you would understand that. And like, cause they nerd out about like architecture and like that kind of stuff.
And it's you can tell that these have been specially designed for you. Like each of them seems to be perfectly measured to your hand. And like as you're holding them, you're like, that's just very comfortable. It naturally fits the shape of your grip.
Flashback to Arena holding your hand.
Arena was actually just like testing like how like taut and tough if your like fingers were, and be like, okay, I should make that just a little bit thicker, and that bit can be inset. I imagine there was probably a stage at night when Arena like recently was going like into your room and grabbing your sword carefully and being like looking at the weathering from where you were holding it.
Well,
and
we were
being
sharing
like,
a room,
okay.
so.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
that's
this is
beautiful.
perfect. This is brilliant. And like carefully packs it away and like puts it on his belt.
Okay. So do you plan to march out?
Yeah, and then the archaeologist goes like, back to war, here we go. It's like, right, yes, gotta get the builders, see if they can make a last-minute barricade at the port, over by the bay, because it looks like that's the actual attack point. They're gonna go straight past half the barricades we built.
Right, you know, you're really putting it down on everyone here, Varnon says as he's over the other side of the table. But since it is your birthday, like this.
Oh.
He hands you a hand axe, which is finely crafted for throwing.
Wait, I have a prop. Where is it? It was right here. Where'd it go? Imagine I'm holding up an axe and it's perfectly timed.
Yeah, it's kind of like a tomahawk. It's very, very finely crafted, very small, one piece of metal, and the handle is
It's invisible.
forwards. It's
Thanks
invisible
to...
hand axe. No, it's
I'm
special
holding
property.
it. It's right here.
So what he gave you an
There it is.
he gave you an invisible hand axe.
That's
That's
a
what
great
you will
present.
strike down your foes with.
Yeah.
I can make an
They'll never see it
axe-shaped
coming.
dent in my head. Zoom is so convinced this is behind me.
She's right. They'll never see it coming.
I'm just seeing how far I can push it. Yep, I have an axe. I did it.
I think right about then, Edmund would be running up with a hastily wrapped gift for Perrin. Perrin, we just got a little something for you from me and some of the guys, and kind of motions to the builders and the stores. A sweater, and I give you one of my fine shirts from my inventory.
You have a
Ooh,
fine shirt.
That's nice, though.
I do.
No,
I got
thank
fine
you.
Imagine it has
I'm
like
surprised
your
that
house
this is-
crest like on it, like finely embroidered as well.
Oh no.
It's kind of like a Disney World shirt, but the Magic Castle's the Sun Throne, like
Yeah.
Citadel.
Oh,
Like,
Wait,
yeah,
what-
and yeah,
what's-
you've got
wait.
the Sunspire like out the top, and like a
Yeah.
sun behind it.
What's the name of your city, Perrin? Sorry, where you're from?
Near Earth.
It's like Near Earth Champions 2000.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's-
great.
Oh, Nearest
Yeah, it's just like-
839. Oof. Oof.
On the
It's
back,
like he
it
gets
has the
it, he's
list
like,
of all the
"Oh,"
people they've
and
killed.
then
No, I'm just kidding. All the
It's
towns
like,
have taken
oh,
care of.
and then sees the thing on it. It's like, thanks.
Thanks. I hate
Just
it.
Puts it down. Yeah, no, it's the most obviously not appreciative at all.
I'm writing this down
Maybe
as another
maybe
swag
even a
item.
level of disgust in his voice.
You know that inspiration dice, just, you know.
He just
Um,
awkwardly puts it down and maybe just leaves it there by accident when he rushes off to give
Hey,
out the orders.
I turned to the builders. He'll try it on later.
Yay! Some of the commoners nearby give you a set of snowshoes, which that'll negate some penalties from moving in snow.
Thanks, I'll need these like now. Like I start putting them on.
Yeah, effectively, like they strap over the top of whatever you're wearing, so they're like an addition to any boots you have. They don't take up your foot slot effectively. Who else are you with? Oh, Thrust Touch Oakwell and Thrust Touch Tombs. They just like look at each other like, whether it is wanted or requested or not, whatever god you worship, we will bless you and wish you best of luck. And we will make sure that Aurel holds you close.
I appreciate that.
There's no mechanical bonus because Aurel doesn't seem to give you a mechanical bonus for some reason.
We bless you in the name of our mostly dead god.
Pretty much.
The thought counts, really. Still not the worst present.
True. Very true.
And that's saying something considering it's thoughts and prayers.
Mm-hmm. Thoughts and prayers from a stupid, evil, mostly dead god. But yes, with that, I just look at Perrin and I say, I will give you your gift later today. But for now, we should probably move.
There's probably one thing that we can get you, actually. It will take me 15 minutes to get into the temple and find it for you, but you're getting ready to leave, so I will catch you with the rest of your people.
I'll be briefing the builders, and I go to them and I'm like, okay, maybe this will lift your spirits a bit. I've got a funny idea with this one. And I start, like, explaining how we can make a slanted barricade that will funnel the zombies into the sea.
We don't have much time. They're literally going to be here in like 2 hours.
Use whatever you have. Bookcases. Is there a church? Is there pews? They'd be good for that.
We've got a temple to Aurel.
Does it have pews?
Yeah, they're made of ice.
Okay, never mind. It's a town. It's full of furniture. You have some.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to look at the builder's roll and see if they can get you something set up in time. It's not much time, so you'd be wanting a really good roll. I look at the builder's roll. No, they set up nothing. They rolled really badly. Really badly. Not that
Make a
badly, but
barricade
badly.
out of people, and I guess whatever, just as long as it's sloped.
I do lean into my comrades here and I say, we should not speak too much about our plan in case they have spies in our midst.
True.
Well, one of us wants to get murdered and eaten by the undead.
Maybe they promise eternal life or something that they won't deliver on.
Oh, that's the thing they do quite often, yeah, fair enough.
Well, zombies do last a while. It is a form of eternal life. And
Yeah, that's always a favorite, is they promise, like, immortality, and they gloss over the fact that it's in a horrible form in which your
I'll
soul
take the
isn't
quick
really there.
death, if that's okay.
I do start rallying the people we're going to bring with them, and I make a big point of the fact that we're leaving to the southwest. Like, I just say it out loud a lot where just, like, random people can hear.
Sure,
Like,
make,
we will...
make a deception roll.
Mm-hmm.
Sallying forth, we're just gonna ride out and meet them. These barricades are crap. Not even any
It's
point.
true.
If you want to
We
sally
don't
out beyond
Yeah,
line
we
of sight down the wrong direction, you can. It will add a lot to your travel time.
Yeah,
No,
we'll probably
no,
go
I
with
mean,
the
head
plan.
out directly. It's just because my goal is, if I say it and they do have a spy, the spy is already trying to deliver the faulty information.
Yeah, it's
while
going to be
we're-
quite late in the day for a spy to
Yeah.
actually get information unless they've got a way of like sending it directly.
Yeah.
So sure. 16, pretty good. A number of people are like,
Mm-hmm.
but wait, what? We haven't got any defenses from there. How come they got around this so
Exactly.
quick? Oh no.
Right. Yeah.
But with that, as you begin to saddle up, inverted commas, because no one has a horse, snowshoe up.
I'm like, fool, I am the horse.
That's when we're going to go to a break, as you are literally about to meet 100 zombies on an open battlefield without town defenses in an effort to cut off one pincer. And
Well outnumbered.
yeah, well outnumbered.
We've got 7 people or whatever.
But what they don't have,
And 2 bears.
we
And a wolf.
have each other.
Yeah, we'll see about that. We're gonna go to
The
a break.
power
Feel
of
free to enjoy
friendship
that.
is greater than necromancy, I swear.
Friendship is
Friendship is
magic.
heresy.
You take that back.
That's the spin-off. Friendship is heresy.
There we
See you
go.
in a minute.
All right.
shower thoughts.
Hello.
Yeah, whether can I get pregnant while well-shaped? That's what we're talking about.
We want to
dear
know
viewer.
if Gan, as a construct, wild shapes into a female platypus, gets knocked up, does Gaten then lay eggs? These
Well,
are the questions that
And
happen
more
during
importantly, what comes out of the egg when it hatches?
I like how it's specifically been the platypus.
I think
because that's where it
that
started.
you are human, so
I'm a construct.
or you're
Yeah.
construct. I mean, you're a construct, so yeah. Oh, I don't even know.
Yeah, that's why it's super weird, right? It's not like you're a
Can a
human giving
construct
birth or something.
have babies?
No.
Or are you like, yeah, are you infertile?
Theoretically.
You're literally junkless. Like, unless
Yeah.
you
Right.
are made with junk, but your junk is still not like you don't.
How long can
I'm
you
made-
stay in
I'm
wild
made-
shape? Isn't there a
I'm-
time limit?
I'm
So
made
you can-
from
you- so-
junk.
Oh.
I'm made from junk. I'm literally made of wood. No, higher level druids can stay in it longer too. Right now I've only got an hour, but it's
You could
as
do the
level up,
dirty,
can-
but you
yeah.
wouldn't be able to like fertilize the
Hmm.
crops.
Mhm.
Like,
Well,
would the
well,
crops
then-
just
I guess
revert inside you?
Well, then the opposite. I would need to well shape into a platypus, impregnate another platypus, and then see what comes out of that. I guess.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
When you watch
support
it
us on
back, does the
Patreon-
platypus just go?
When you
Sure.
wild shape, you're probably because you have to have seen the creature. You're probably
Mhm.
wild shaping into the creature you have seen, so they would be the father.
But I'm not genetically identical. I just look like them.
Yeah, no, because when you wild shape into the creature, you're not impersonating the creature because it's not a perfect impersonation because you can't like
Oh,
wild
no.
shape into a beast and be like, I am this exact beast.
Yeah, I don't know what that platypus
Then
was
I don't
into.
know, and I'm very scared. And no one should try this.
You,
Okay,
yeah,
so
you'd have to get true polymorph, right?
we have
You'd
to live through
Yeah,
all of
true
this
polymorph, you
and
can be the
then
thing.
test this out. Yep, that's it. That's the plan. So
I feel this is like some kind of World of Darkness thing of like you create some kind of corrupted hell beast.
that is how the end comes. Yep, I'm ready.
I
Like
mean-
a
That story,
changeling
the
creature.
Tremere, the gargoyles, pretty much everything. Yeah. Anyway, if you are on YouTube, feel free to comment down below and let us know what you think would happen. I don't know. Anyway, so,
Science, because science.
Yeah. Have suggested. I'm sure life mages could do something like that. Yes, life mages can do that. It is weird.
Life mages can do anything.
Life
yeah,
4.
like
Life 4. You just need life 4. That's it. You don't need anything else.
no, it'd be full Watchmen. You're like, what's in this egg? All of my power. Why? Because I said it is. Oh, okay. You know, yeah. Right.
Anyway, so you are marching out. As you are preparing to leave, Frosttouch Oakwell runs over at a bit of a jog to catch up with you as you're literally about to go. And Perrin hands you a small flask. It's a leather flask with a metal rim that's coated in like a little bit of oil and fur. Stopper thermally down into it. And you can just about see, and just before the leather starts, it contains a kind of like semi-translucent cyan liquid that almost seems to sparkle.
I apologize. My internet wonked for a second. What were you describing? I heard cyan liquid that sparkles, but not what it
given
is.
to
Oh.
Perrin by Oakwell.
Okay, do I recognize what it is, or
The rules of potions are you can take a sip and you know what it is. If it's poisonous, however, you suffer. But you can literally just be like, I know what this is.
I'm gonna do the smart thing and be like, what is this potion for?
Yeah, I was like, why don't you just ask him?
I'm like, if I know it on site, that's neat.
Well, considering that I was going to keep this for myself, but you are going out to fight, and also it is your birthday, it is a potion of ice breath. Mechanically, it functions exactly like a potion of fire breath, except that the effect is cold rather than ice.
Is this an
problem.
air of effect?
Save that for when we
Snare
get,
effects,
come
though.
back for that big horde.
I
That's coming.
finally can do something to multiple enemies at once. Is
Happy
this like
birthday.
a one?
Do it
is
on
it
the big
a one like time, or is it like for
Yeah,
the
you
duration
can-
of a combat? Or
The duration of the effect, I
long?
believe. If you want to pull up the potion of fire breath,
Or
invisible,
it's
give me-
probably X number of doses. Like per vial, you can do it X number of times.
Well, it just says rounds or something like that. Like how long it lasts, like minutes. How many minutes it lasts?
Fire resistance. No, fire breath. It's not in roll 20. Hello, roll 20. I'm gonna have a bit of a.
the best I could find was traps, fire-breathing statue. Don't think that's right.
Where's my DMG? There we go.
I'm gonna look it up on D&D Beyond.
This
That's
birthday's
honestly
becoming
easier.
quite lucrative.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I did that because I was gonna wait, but then, even
Here we go. Potion of clairvoyance.
after drinking
climbing,
this
fire
potion,
breath.
you can use a bonus
Bonus
action
action.
to exhale fire at a target within 30 feet of you. The target must make a DC 13 Dexterity saving throw, taking 46, in this case, not fire damage, ice
You can
damage
use 3
on a
times
failed save,
or
half
ends after an hour.
as much damage on a successful one. The effect ends after you exhale the fire 3 times or when 1 hour has passed.
Yeah, this is a slightly different version. It's actually distilled from an actual white dragon, so it's not quite as distant, and it's not single target. It's
White
a
dragon.
cone. Yeah,
Where are they getting this white dragon from?
it's very hard to find any white dragon components.
Yeah.
Imagine having to extract it from the dragon too.
It's not particularly powerful because it's made from a young white dragon. I have the stats around here somewhere. I'm just trying to find them. I'm sorry.
That dragon is an adult now.
Stats for what?
The stats for this, because it's slightly different from that one.
Oh, okay.
I know where it is.
If I did that, I just go to a dragon, be like, "We have immense amounts of gold at a site that I'm not going to tell you the location of. If you
Do you want
give
me
us
to paste it and then you
this-
can edit?
No, it's not that one. I need a specific one. I know where it is. It's okay. It's the ledger.
Well, I meant you could alter it with the numbers you want.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
And then if they give you the potion, you definitely make sure to deliver them said gold that you have hidden somewhere, so they don't come after you.
No, unfortunately, you have to pull out the gland from the dragon.
Oh, it's gotta be dead.
I mean, it's gonna be very mutilated otherwise.
Hmm.
Or is it
Well-
like the cone where it's like ice in a 15-feet cone? Each creature in that area must make a DC saving throw. Take X amount of damage.
But you start heading out. The enemy are about 2 hours away from you, so it'll take you about an hour to meet them. And then you'll have to fight and then an hour back, which meant that the enemy behind you will have just made combat, depending on how long your combat is. So any time you spend in combat is time that the enemy will spend in combat with your guys back at base. So you start moving. Do you want to double time this, or because
We
double time
have
will make
to.
you potentially tired?
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, we have to.
Everyone who is double timing, make me con saving throws.
I'm getting carried, I'm assuming?
You
Yeah, I'm
make a con
gonna.
saving throw because you're gonna be jostled up and
Well-
down, and you'll be still.
Well, let me ask you this: in my wild shape, since I'm so much faster, my regular movement is their double time, right?
You would still be double timing a little bit. I'd maybe say advantage on it
Okay.
if you were, but
'Cause-
you'd spend the entire time in a wild shape. It would use a wild shape from you if you did.
Oh yeah, and then
That was
it would come off by the time I got there. So no, I have to walk too. Okay,
Do I know
not
what this
not
is?
gonna wild shape.
Do I know what this is for?
What-
Is it
what's
for
for?
is it for exhaustion or what?
Exhaustion.
Okay, so I need to make a con save.
Is the threshold 10?
Threshold's quite low because you're only doing this for an hour.
18. And then Mecha Pietro has to make it too, or no?
Is it immune to exhaustion?
Yes.
Sure, so it might be. Yeah, it doesn't need to.
'Cause I have an inspiration, and if this is gonna give me exhaustion, I will spend the inspiration to not.
You would know that the DC is going to be low because you're only marching for an hour.
Don't know what low means.
I can't tell you until you choose.
Roll it, man.
I got
Exhaustion will ruin the day.
I will, but I
It's only a D4. It is not going to be that clutch for anything else other than this. Yeah.
Risk it for the biscuit or use the dice. It's up to you.
no, I'll just spend the damn dice.
Okay, in which case you pass.
Was the threshold 9 or was it lower?
It was a low threshold.
But what does low mean?
You already passed it, mate.
Okay, yep, waste.
Yeah, none of you suffer through exhaustion. Your peasants are just going to be slightly reduced, but they should be fine. When they get back after fighting, they might be reduced, but they'll be okay for this fight.
We all rolled so well.
You did. Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah, we got to get back.
I
too.
get scared
Yeah.
when we roll well on like mundane.
I didn't roll well.
Things.
I rolled poor. I just have a high modifier. I'm a fighter.
Potion of
Yeah.
Dragon's Breath. Potion is crafted from the highest stomach and gives it of a fallen dragon. Drinking the potion as an action allows you to use an action on your subsequent turns to spew dragon-like projectiles. Blah, 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 blah. It does 3d6 cold damage in a 15-foot cone in front of you. It will last for a minute, but you can use it as many times as you want. Yes, I will.
Cool. That's cool. Maybe I should have gone alchemist. I feel like my jeweler skills are not coming into play here.
I mean, we're gonna be like blinged out in platinum, you know.
It's true.
Sir Edmund, while we're marching, I just say to you, there are 3 living foes that are our greatest priority, with undead legions to protect them. Can you perhaps help shield the arena while we bombard them to make sure they die quickly?
Yeah, Edmund is helmeted at this point, nods, and it explains he'll stake his honor as a knight of House Highfell to protect her, and emphasize the honor. No side eye to Perrin.
Aaron's like, boo.
It's his birthday.
Ooh, it's
yeah.
pretty.
Okay.
If I can put that on the screen.
I asked Icefang if he can, as soon as we get there, hit the. I mean, presumably they're going to be marching with their guys at the head of a column. Who knows? But if he has to choose, hit the zombies with the ice breath, because he might be able to like take out a lot of the zombies while we deal with
I will
the.
crush and destroy as many of them as possible. Freezing them and then destroying them by shattering their corpses is just as pleasurable.
Do try to save some for us. like I'm a pet.
You lose.
Man, but I do stop and I look at him and I say, also, try to aim better this time.
Try not to get in my way, two-legged walker.
I slowly try and put Arena on his back. I'm like,
The
Teeth
necromancers
the size of
find
like
a bunch
Arena's
of corpses.
entire torso are very visible.
Hey, what are you
Necromancers
doing?
come across a bunch of a bunch of corpses in the snow. They look confused and carry on to the town unbothered.
speaking of corpses in the snow, I realize they're heading this way, but I am keeping an eye. I tell everybody, that happened once. Just BT dubs, be on the lookout for weird piles of snow as we're heading this way.
Who would you like to nominate to be your person keeping watch?
Don't pick me. My dice are terrible.
I mean, I have a great bonus, but roll 20 feels different.
What are going to be the roles? Are we doing like?
Perception.
Okay. No.
Whoever's keeping watch will be doing the perception. They'll get advantage because everyone else will be kind of helping, but they'll be the one like at the lead doing the watch.
I'm okay at perception.
I'm
I
actually not good at
have
perception.
+5. I mean,
Oh,
I
you
don't
should
mind.
do
Yeah.
it. You should do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, I don't have +5.
With advantage, you say?
So
Mhm.
the picture of the potion is that a horn used as a bottle stopper?
it's a
Because I
tooth.
hate that.
I think it's a tooth.
But that's not. You can't stop a bottle with a tooth. That's not how that works.
If you treat it correctly,
magic, bro.
You can make it more rubbery. At least
Yeah.
you can with bone.
Magic, bro.
You can
Also,
coat it
24.
with something. You could coat it with.
You see them way ahead of time. They're basically currently going across the plain. It's very flat. There's basically no cover. And you can see the horde of zombies with what appears to be a few humanoids. Like you can peek them. They're kind of vaguely in the center. They're not really moving in a column so much as just a large gathering block, a mass, with the necromancers kind of situated near the center as far as you can tell.
Brains.
Tell the archers, aim for the center. We'll just have to smash and just try and cut through to get to them. But even as we're approaching, aim at those guys.
Do we have fiery arrows? Can we like blink blink?
No, because setting up fiery arrows would take you setting up actual little fire pits, which takes time, and you are running.
Okay.
But as soon as they see you, there is a momentary pause, and then they're gonna sort of break into a faster shamble towards you. And it's literally no side has time to really debate what's going on here as you all are thrown into the fray. Okay.
As soon as they get close, rage. You know?
Okay. Let me pull up a flat.
You want to know
Snowy
why?
plain.
You want to know why dating zombies is nice?
I like where this is headed.
Because they love you for your brains.
Oh.
Thanks, Doozer.
Yeah.
Brava. Brava.
It was fine. Thanks, I hate it.
What was the kind of axe I got again?
It's a throwing
hand
axe.
Okay.
I'm gonna rage, but I don't well shape yet.
Okay.
Yes, I
Gotta
could throw this.
keep something in my back pocket.
Throwing axes is actually really fun.
There's a bar here where you like go drink and throw axes,
Oh, that's cool. I've heard of that.
which again can have no negative repercussions.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, drinking
Find
from
really a
throwing
good
axes.
combo. Is that?
Yeah. Although while EE is plotting our demise, there's a gif of a dude that like throws it and it hits and it bounces back and it catches it. Just like really like random that it happens and random that his reflexes were so good. Yeah.
Yeah, it really doesn't seem like a good idea considering how often the axes will bounce and just come straight back at you.
Maybe they have return spell on it, you know?
True.
Accio axe.
Well, like Arena has a return on her.
Let's hope the handle comes at me first.
Oh no, I don't have it on my boomerang. But I could have it on my boomerang. When I level up, I can have it on my boomerang.
Looking for a. You know what? Endless field.
I have some real axes somewhere in my house. They're more for like camping and hiking and stuff.
Oh yeah, you know my spooky ass everyone who lived in it has died house.
Yeah.
It came with an axe. There was an axe in there.
Were they killed with an axe? Is that the murder weapon? Is that
Bentham,
what
when
we're
you
holding?
die, I'm not gonna feel. When you die, I'm not gonna feel bad for you. I just want you to know that. Like, I mean, you had like a lot of warning that you chose to ignore.
Yeah, like normally I'm like, oh, haunted house, how dare it? But at this point, I think it gave you fair, like, notice ahead of time. Hey, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. Don't. What are you doing?
Pretty much all there was in there, like otherwise empty house, but it contained a giant pile of mail that was blocking the door and an axe.
I think that's a sign, like mail to dead people and a murder weapon.
Yeah.
Anyway, as you charge into battle, zombies run straight up to the front of your group. Your group, fighters in the front, people with a section of javelins, harpoons, bows, some of them just with kind of nice throwing stones that seem nicely weighted, are all in the back, looking around a little bit scared, and some of them are starting to shake. Anyone gonna do any last minute speeches or anything?
I think I will pat Gatton, and I think I'll give you heroism.
Oh.
Hey, what's that gonna do for me?
That for you. So you will get, I think, 5 AP. At the end of the turn, the creature is being frightened and gains temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability modifier at the start of each. Oh, your spellcasting ability modifier. So mine is 5, so you get 5 HP at the beginning of every round.
Every round. Oh, now that's useful because I mean,
are you at 5?
Yeah.
So you're in
No,
20?
I'm in 3,
You're in
but
3.
but my spell.
no, the spellcasting modifier.
My modifier is
Okay.
5.
Yep.
Yeah, I have 3.
Oh, right, yeah.
In the future, I will be increasing it though. Now that I don't have to focus on Dex.
Hey, yeah, my spellcasting bonus is 5 too. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not
perfect.
spellcasting bonus, it's spellcasting ability modifier, and your spellcasting ability is int, and your spellcasting and your int modifier is 3. It's not a spell attack bonus.
So it's 3, which is what I was wondering. So you'll gain 3 temporary HP each round, and you'll be immune to fear.
Good. Yep.
It's better than nothing.
No,
I mean,
super.
3
Well,
HP
I mean,
per round is great.
especially
Oh, yeah.
raging, you basically are giving me 6 per round. So,
And then I'm
in a manner of
going to-
speaking.
Not be on you. That seems like a
Yeah.
good idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna you stay with Mecha Pietro.
Yeah.
I gotta go do a thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
So these 2 forces start charging towards each other.
I will just. You said no, none of the charismatics gave a speech. I just said, fight quickly so that we can get back and defend your homes. These people have come to take everything from you. We will take everything from them.
This song is a little bit loud.
I can tweak it down.
It's like, I'd have Perrin give a speech, but I'm so scared of the dice.
Yeah, I just
Rightly
kind of
so, yeah.
I just kind of touch Gat and I'm like, be careful. And then I waddle over
Yeah.
to Mecha Pietro.
Yeah,
and I'm like-
flat charisma roll.
Okay, like, this is and like he's trying because normally he's like, you're all pathetic and will surely die. Try and do some
Oh
good
no,
first.
10.
10
It
is
seemed
good.
like there's some like nods
bad.
and some like approval and a few. Yeah.
Yeah.
But most people seem like a little bit like hesitant, like they're trying to steal themselves.
Yeah, and I just as I'm running in right before I rage, I just look at Ice Fang and I'm like, we have to punch a hole to those necromancers.
Why do we have to punch a hole? Let your two-legged comrades use their bodies as a shield.
Just like look at him while we're running. I'm all like, those necromancers are the ones that took your pack from you. The sooner you taste their blood, the sooner your pack is avenged.
Fine, we'll show them how it is done.
Okay.
I like this advice from Mr. Ancient Pact to defend the village. And it's like, put the villagers in as meat shields.
Hey, the village stands the villagers' renewable resource.
Okay, you don't know the details of this pact. Okay, so
dear.
I need to know questions from individual people. Where are you? Are you committing to fighting? Because you're going to be fighting a lot of zombies. We won't roll it as an individual fight versus you versus 20 zombies. We're going to generalize it, but you will take a lot of damage if you're rolling poorly, because you'll be swamped with zombies. Or are you staying back? You doing support stuff? Are you just shooting in? Like, you can be at range for that. General, you're going ahead with Ice Fang.
I
Bentham?
think I want to try and back up Gatton's advance towards the core.
Okay, you're going to push through as well. Edmund.
I would ask Arena if she wants to climb up onto my back, stay close, and then that way I can make sure we can tag team.
I'm a kind
You're
of a
little.
ranged person, so in order for me to heal, I need to be close.
I can get you close to people.
I don't think I should be close to people. I'm so squishy.
In fairness,
Especially because
one
you've-
crossbow
you've
is
got
not gonna make a huge
concentration.
difference against a
Arena's
horde,
gonna
but-
stay back with the ranged folks, and I will help kind of like inspire them, but I'm probably not gonna be very good at it. But
You've
I
got
will
a
send
lucrative
Mecha.
concentration effect going, so I
will-
would definitely.
Yeah, I would.
True,
I'm going to
concentrate,
send Mecha Pietro forward with you though. So when you ask that, Arena just like,
No, I think I should stay back here with them.
and I kind of point to like our ranged people, who some of them are scared, some of them are excited because Gatton got them riled up. And she's like,
I'm more expertised in these type of weapons.
so she like pats her crossbow,
But Mecha Pietro will join you and he will protect.
and you.
Note that Mecha Pietro, because you're not going to be in range to really give actions, will still do the basic action you tell Mecha Pietro. Kill zombies or whatever.
Yeah.
But we'll do it at int Mecha Pietro rather than smart mode. Just so you're aware.
And he is to protect Perrin at all costs. So he will
Okay.
always stay next to Perrin.
He'll kill zombies and stay near Perrin.
Yeah. And if Perrin needs his help, he will protect him.
Like, it's
Okay.
like Gatton doesn't need help. He's gonna do fine. He's gonna wreck face. Perrin, though. Which is
Perrin is a
fair.
buddy.
Fair.
So,
Edmund would stay towards the rear then, just in case if anything comes up to get to the archers, he can quickly disengage and get back there.
okay.
Might of his word.
So,
Good to have someone around as well to keep the locals from just bolting.
Okay.
Yeah, put them back into combat. No, you don't.
So this group of a Winter Wolf, Gatton, Perrin, Edmund, Pietro in mech form charge forwards with your group of 40 militia who are a little bit riled up and a little bit out of breath, finding their second wind, charge forwards against this horde of undead who just, as just a blob, not even fully in ranks or anything, just start swarming towards you. Okay. I hope you got your D20 buttons ready because someone's going to need to do some rolls. So I need initiative from the archers and from the melee dudes.
I vote Sir Edmund to roll for them.
I'll roll for rangers. I'll
Right.
do all the range stuff.
Okay, and then yeah, because you guys roll better than Perrin and I.
Well, not that I'm gonna be better, but more of like that I'm back there with them, so it makes sense.
Okay. So if you want Grant to give me a D20 plus -2, the peasants in melee, because the morale is a -2. And if you want to give me the same for the ranged ones, then Maggie,
Okay, so I'm doing a D20.
-2.
D20.
So 7 for the melee.
And ranged are. Oh, they're -2.
-2 on morale, yeah.
A 16. I rolled an 18.
I rolled a 3 for my zombies, but because they're unbreakable, they have a morale of 10. So they still go after your ranged ones. So your ranged ones gets to attack first.
Yay.
Okay. So if you want to attack with them, you can roll a D20 plus their battle rating, which is 11.
Ooh.
See if you can do any damage.
It was 1d20 plus their battle rate.
You've got a choice with your ranged ones. You can either roll at disadvantage, and they won't take any hits back, or you can roll it at normal, and there's a potential chance that they may get injured on the crackback. One is them like firing over and having an indirect. The other one is them directly going up and like point blank.
I'll do disadvantage. So it's 2d20. Is there? How do you?
2d20.
Plus 11, and then what's the
drop one? So it'll be D1, I think.
D1. But that's gonna pick the best roll.
Oh, KL. Keep lowest. Keep lowest one.
Keep lowest one.
2d20
Yeah, I was like,
KL1.
okay, there we go. 20. I rolled 2 9s.
20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Let's see what.
I
the
imagine
zombies
Arena's like shouting to them like, ready, fire. And then you just hear a barrage of freaking. What?
get. Okay.
You're pog
I
champing.
rolled a 3. Even with the zombies' incredible resistance to ranged weapons, you beat me. So, what happens is a few arrows go, some javelins, and a lot of stones just start going over the melee dudes and over this little team of people who break off at the front and start charging towards the horde. And a lot of the zombies are just getting pelted so hard, and a few lucky hits just crack into heads, spines, doing a lot of damage, and several zombies actually fall. You see several of them just collapse. That reduces the zombies at the front, BR, by 2. So they're actually BR 13 now. And they would have to make a morale check if they had a low morale. They don't, because they're amazing. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no morale for the main NPCs, right? The implication is because they're intelligent, they don't break, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is morale as like a group. Individual heroes are more going to just play to themselves, and of course you can play to yourselves. Right. Oh, and got cross touch. Toombs is with you, riding a polar bear with another polar bear next to him. That's a big addition to your forward charge. Okay, zombies gonna crack first.
Oh, yeah.
Zombies as units don't fight individuals. You're just gonna take some time out in between these rounds. So
I
they're
made
gonna
myself
attack
a
your
macro.
melee dudes because they're at the front. So at the front, they're attacking the melee dudes. So Grant, you'll need to make me a D20 plus 13 for the melee peasants. You're at 7. That's 20 in total.
Yes, sorry for my.
No problem. I got a 23. So as the zombies charge in and they smack into the peasants, A lot of the peasants are just bowled over by the sheer pressure of wave of zombies hitting them. There's a smell of rotten meat actually starting to emanate as the flesh has started to heat up a little bit with the movement and the spring air, and you can kind of feel this stench of just humid, warm meat just crash into people. And several of them are just crushed under the actual pressure of them. Your melee peasants lose 2 BR and they go down to BR 11. If you want to make a note of that somewhere. Okay, it's the melee peasants' turn. I assume they're going to crack back at the zombies in front. Oh, I should have rolled for my skeletons. I forgot about that. Give me a sec. Right, the skeletons are at the top of the round, but because I forgot them, they won't act this round. All right, Grant, do you want to crack back at the zombies?
100%. I want to crack back at them. I want to open them up with the sharp side of our blades.
In which case, it'll be a D20 plus your BR 11. Oof.
Not good.
Yeah, I got much higher. So as the peasants are trying desperately to like fend off the zombies,
These
These are GM
What
rolls.
was-
You got to call them out.
what was the roll?
We can't.
13 from
13.
the peasants. The
Okay.
zombies got a lot more. So yeah, the zombies, unfortunately, you see a couple of them drop, but not enough to make a dent in their overall numbers. Most of the zombies, see stomachs torn open, intestines starting to spill, legs gashed, but the blood doesn't seem to run. Corpses are so resistant. Okay, that brings it to the end of the first minute of combat. Meanwhile, in the center of the fray, the camera zooms in, and we see someone in heavy armor, a construct, someone else in heavy armor, 2 polar bears, a mechanized Pietro, a dude in like heavy plate with furs riding on one of the polar bears. Just all of you just going to town.
And a gargantuan wolf.
And a gargantuan wolf. So,
Yep.
if each of you would like to make me, if you're doing attack rolls, make me 3 attack rolls.
Would just say Icy Tenna needs to hit the frost web before we go in. We've learned this lesson. Like on the approach, like hit it, bang, and,
Yep.
then start fighting.
Mecha
So-
Pietro doesn't go until it's my turn.
Yeah, this is
Or do you want me to roll it weird?
generalized. Yeah, this is going to be
Okay,
weird.
we're gonna
It's
do a
be
little weird.
generalized.
Okay, I just want to make sure because like normally he wouldn't get to attack unless.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do 3 attacks then.
So yeah, if anyone can make 3 attacks, or if you're doing an area effect or something special, like Benthan might want to do for the first minute of combat, if you drink the potion. Do you want to drink
16,
the potion?
18, and 16.
What do we think, guys? Should I just hurl some ice breath into this crowd and just?
I think you should
So
save that
we
for
need
the
to- yeah.
for the fight at the town, in my opinion.
We need to win quickly. Like drop everything, especially because
Okay.
that's
If that's
not
our
one of your
goal.
spell slots. Yeah.
Okay, go
Yeah,
for
we
it
get-
then. Yeah,
Yep.
if that's our
Yeah, we gotta-
All
strategy.
right, let's do it.
Drink it.
And
chug,
what should I
chug,
just
chug,
fire
chug,
off
chug.
3 ice breaths then and do it that way?
What I need from you is the damage, but because you're going to be hitting a large area, I want you to give me the damage doubled. So it'll be 66 each time.
Okay, I was about to say, at the risk of being meta, does he have the ability to do it and see if they're freaking resistant? Because I don't want him to be like, I do it 3 times, and you're like, you fool, it didn't work.
It only lasts
Well,
a minute, so.
If I use
Yeah,
it once,
blast
then
it.
I've activated it. So
Yeah, no, but blow it all, fire everything, and fire our big old wolf is too.
Fire in the hole.
EE again. My goal expressly is to kill. Ooh, that's a big old miss.
25,
I'll let you know when you
24,
push
21.
forward far enough that we can
Okay.
go into actual combat.
Okay.
Nope.
Ooh.
Oh, God,
come
it's my
on.
dice at the beginning of the session.
Yep.
A 1 and a 2, and then a 19.
Okay, so Pietro, can you give me Pietro's damage for each of those 3?
Yeah,
Again,
totally.
give me the damage for the 23, and then. Oof.
I did really one of my damage rolls. 25,
Hey, got
24,
another-
21.
Hey, natural
all above
20.
average, I'm pretty sure.
Natural
6,
20.
3, 5.
Oh, 7, because I am raging. I just didn't have rage check.
7 because you're raging. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Edmund, those are all hits, so give me damage from all 3.
Most impressive, Sir Knight.
Dang.
Okay.
Nuts.
So among the player
10, 7,
characters,
9.
we see Mecha Pietro chopping away at like a lot of legs, really, because Mecha Pietro's a little bit lower, hunched down, so it's a lot of legs and groin height, which might be scary to some. To zombies, not scary, but nonetheless is actually tearing chunks of zombies here and there. However, not enough to make a huge impact, but definitely
No.
making some headway. However, we're then going to zoom over to Gatton. Gatton's swinging with a sword, but a lot of the zombies are kind of making a note to keep out of the way, even with the kind of pressure behind them. There seems to be rudimentary instinct. Does dig into one of them and does a little bit of damage. Edmund, on the other side, though, is laying waste, doing a pretty good job of just hacking down at the zombies with sheer force as they come forwards. But as we look at the front,
I like how the crit success of Edmund did less damage than either of the other two attacks.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. But at the front, as you run in, Perrin just grabs the potion, looks at it, pulls the cork at the top, and as you charge, a little breath forwards. It only goes like 5 meters ahead of you, but it lays waste to all the zombies in the area as they freeze over. Some of them, although they try and crack out of it, are slowed down enough that your friends chop them down, and the actual damage itself sort of breaks off limbs here and there, making a lot of the zombies weaker, and you charge in, doing a good amount of damage to the front. They are, however, because you're now in amongst a whole bunch of enemies surrounded, going to make attacks against you.
Did Isitenna's voice go off? I mean, breath go off?
I will pull up their stats for a lot of people. So, Isitenna rolled incredibly well on the attack roll from the heroes, with a 27 to hit, which is going to be generalized to also how good they do with their ice breath. 27.
Nice.
I think they just walk up behind Perrin and say,
Not bad. Watch how it's done.
Yeah.
In my head
canon,
I
freeze.
In my head canon, I roll so awfully because I keep looking over my shoulder, waiting for that to go off.
Oakwell is mediocre, to say the best. So
Oakwell's
there's a little
not
bit
here.
of damage done. Sorry, not Oakwell. Tombs. Tombs is mediocre-ish. Enough to maybe lay waste to a zombie, but not making a huge difference. It's certainly making a bit of a difference. The polar bears, though. I don't know what it is about these polar bears. Maybe they've been starved of meat for the last few days because people have been a bit busy doing other things. But they got a 25 and a natural 28. And you see both the polar bears bound out on either side of Isitenna and just start laying waste, chomping down, ripping heads off, grabbing hold of torsos, and just eating them back and forth until legs start ripping off and just flying over and smacking other zombies. They're going to town and doing a good chunk of damage.
I look at this devastation laid by these creatures. I'm like, we don't even need to be here.
Oh.
The defenders of the temple are doing the job.
I'm gonna reduce, because your overall damage was a lot higher, I'm gonna reduce the zombies by 2 points of BR. So they're actually gonna go down to... Actually, no, just by 3, because you did have some really, really good support. So the zombies are actually now 10. They were 15. In the first minute, you reduce them by almost a third.
You know what? Forget these necromancers. Let's just cut through the zombies. It's working.
Let me make attack rolls against each of you. This is going to be kind of indicative of the damage you take. Everyone's going to take some sort of damage, probably, because you're in amongst a whole bunch of enemies attacking from all sides. So... Perrin, what's your AC?
Yep. It's 16.
16. You will only take a tiny bit of damage. They roll poorly against you. You take 2 HP worth of damage.
That's
all
not
right.
much.
Tis but a scratch, literally.
They rolled really badly. Grant,
Don't jinx
your
it.
AC.
The rest of us aren't done getting hit.
19.
You literally take no damage. You beat their attack roll by more than 10. That was ridiculous. Mecha Pietro. AC?
AC is 15.
I beat that by 10 or more. I natural 20'd. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
He literally tanked for me. Thank you, Mecha Pietro.
Bear in mind, there's no such thing as a double damage from the natural 20 because this is overall several people attacking you rather than one attack. So it won't be doubled. It just will be a lot of damage. Or I could roll terribly. 8 points of damage. I rolled really bad. And what's
Still
your
a
AC?
lot.
And what's your AC?
17.
I beat you, but not enough to do crazy amounts of damage.
Good, yeah, that was 4d6. Yeah, 8's lovely.
You 10. You take 10 points of damage, but because you have 2 points regenerating every turn, I'll say we'll reduce that to 2 points of damage.
I
Oh,
have 3 points regenerating every turn.
3 points, and you're raging. We'll call that 1 point of damage actually goes through. Literally 1 point.
Got it. It's like...
How long does terrorism last? Is it 1 minute or 10?
I believe it's 1.
Yeah, I think it's 1.
So it would fade now, but it
Okay.
basically prevented all but 1 point of damage.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Okay. Arena, do you want to make some attack rolls as well?
Yeah, I would love to make some attack rolls.
All right, make me 3 attack rolls.
All right, with my magical crossbow. Well, the
19.
arrows are magical.
N. 11. Roll me damage for the 19. It's probably not going to be enough to push up damage against the entire unit.
11.
11. Yeah. So it helps, but it doesn't get you quite to the next level to do damage to the unit as a whole. But you
Yeah.
certainly, like, you pull off, like, a shot against one zombie who's partially frozen, and it just shatters apart.
I'm more focused on trying to help the others.
Yeah.
That's probably why.
So, top of the round, they haven't committed their heroes yet. But you might make them. They're gonna have their archers, because as you see at the back behind the zombies, a bunch of skeletons, about 50 of them, pull out old decrepit bows, some of them pulling out like javelins and start pulling back and just throwing them in your direction. They're targeting... Oh. Gotta target your dudes, even if they are in melee with the zombies. If they fail massively, they hit the zombies. They don't care. So, I need your dudes to roll me your melee dudes, so that would be Grant, your D20 plus your BR, which is 11. Holy crap, okay.
30. Our boys can fight!
25. Not enough for them to hit the zombies, but enough that there is literally no effect. Like, these missiles are just raining down everywhere around you. You can see, like, all of you are just ducking and diving and running for cover, smashing through zombies, like, on the left, smashing through on the right, some of them turning to, like, crystal and freezing and then being broken apart. But missiles just smacking down to the ground around you. You do see, like, maybe 1 or 2 guys go down, but not enough to make an overall impact on your units. Okay, that brings us to, I believe it was the melee that rolled a crazy... No, was it the archers who rolled crazy high on the initiative? Archers, right? Yeah. Maggie, your archers are up.
Yay! All right. Here we go, archers.
You got a choice. Are you targeting the zombies or the skeletons?
I'm rolling disadvantage. What should I do? Zombies or skeletons?
Heroes. But if you can't hit the heroes, zombies, because arrows don't work well on skeletons.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
I'll also say that now they're close enough, you can just roll a flat attack, but your flat attack was 4 plus... You already rolled. This is 4 plus 15. And then...
You keep
they'll
rolling
roll.
doubles with this.
Okay, I roll one.
Yeah, they got 28. Like, they don't take much damage. Missiles are impacting against the zombies, but they're kind of still holding.
15, 22, and 22.
So you only needed 1 attack because it's the unit, remember?
Oh, I thought you were saying okay.
No. But they hold firm. It's now gonna be the zombies against your melee dudes.
Ambies.
Okay, Grant, roll me a d20 plus 11 to try and hold
The
firm.
zongies. It's the bad zongies.
25.
Really? I got a 20.
Ah,
I got a 25. Grant,
This
you
is
hold
why
these guys together. How do you do this, Grant? Because you're holding these guys together through thick and thin. They've had missiles thrown at them. They have zombies charge them. And yes, they've taken some losses. But they're still holding here, and they're withstanding quite the beating from the remaining zombies.
Oh, this is one of those things where at this point they're getting almost feral in their defenses, where they're just like mook shielding. They're grabbing zombies, bashing them into other zombies. They're pulling out daggers and they're skewering them in the backs, and they're just fighting for their lives and for their town back home. And so they're becoming more fearsome than the undead horde, as they are filled with the lust of battle.
Okay. And they fight incredibly hard. It's now their turn to crack back if they want.
Oh, crack back they will. Murder.
Oh, my zombies
25
reduced
again.
massively as well, so they shouldn't be rolling that high.
Nice.
Nat 20. 20, 30 in total, even with their damaged selves. The zombies are holding firm. This ongoing fight is they're locked in and not able to really do much one way or the other. Both forces are pressed up against each other.
Yeah, but it's just kind of funny how they stand there getting punched in the face. They can't do nothing back.
Okay, there is time. Your potions ran out. If anyone wants to do anything other than an attack roll, let me know. Otherwise, it'll be 3 attack rolls. And then... see what happens.
Anyway, I started swinging.
Okay. The damage to Tombs, Hero Bear, and Kirby Bear, all of them rolled incredibly well on their survival, so they're going to take ages to go down. Ice Fang rolled a 19 on survival, which is 26. Jesus.
Got a good, a bad, and a meh. 19, 7, 11.
Okay. And if we can get 3 from Gatton, 3 from Mecha Pietro.
Nice from Edmund. 23, and 19, and a 7.
A reminder that I crit on a 24 with my champion ability.
Mecha Pietro got a 20, a 7, and a 13.
Okay. Anyone who gets a 14 or higher, roll damage.
3 slashing.
Mecha Pietro is trying to contribute, but is finding it difficult amongst suppressive zombies. Mecha Pietro is not used to fighting in a huge pitched battle like this.
No.
Very
8
difficult.
slashing.
Perrin this time gets caught off guard with the potion ending and not expecting it. Time distorting as the battle goes on. You're like, go to breathe, and you realize, oh crap, and you fumble with the blade a bit too late. You try and pull it out. The zombie gets in too close. You have to push it away before you can really get a slash in against it. Not as quite effective as before. Edmund doing a bit of damage. Gatton going for it. Overall, not as effective as you were before, but your heroes again contribute.
Also, if this is minute to minute, my rage would have worn off too. The rage is only a minute.
Oh yeah, the rage will be off. Each minute of combat is drawn out. There's huge numbers of people.
It's the awkward bit of a charge where you run out of momentum, and now you're just
Yeah.
in the middle of the enemy, and you've got to fight them like they're fighting you.
And you're being like swarmed by zombies.
Yep.
So just to let you know, Kirby Bear has a 21 on its survive, rolling a 15. Hero Bear rolled a 17, which put that at a 23. Tombs rolled an 18, putting that at a 26. Ice Fang rolled a 19, putting that at a 26.
Dang, y'all
All
did
4 of
good.
them. You picked the 4 who have rolled really well and had good buffs to it already. All of them are holding out and doing damage. Like, they are taking some hits. They are slowly gonna deplete HP, but they're holding really firm. So they're also going to deplete the zombies again. The zombies are actually about half strength now. They're really showing some wear. The skeletons behind them aren't, but the zombies are actually starting to go down. Okay. They're going to crank back at you guys. Arena, if you want to roll me 3 attacks as well, sorry.
Okay. Yes, I would love to.
You might be able to push this up.
All right, here we go. Got a 18. A 18.
Come on, get me another 18.
An 8.
I mean, it's close enough. 2 hits. So if you want to do 2 damages.
7 and 9.
Yeah, that's just enough to confirm that your group did do damage to the zombies this turn. So yeah, they're pretty hurt.
Should I be rolling mine whenever I do the ranged attacks? That'd be helpful.
No, this is just heroes in general.
Okay,
It doesn't
gotcha.
really matter so much because it's as heroes to actually do a huge damage to a group like this, you need to do pretty well. But you've been doing pretty well overall, and you brought a lot of people. Okay, the zombie's gonna try and attack back. So let's see how this goes. Okay, Perrin. Really, really bad. What's your AC?
16.
I do still do some damage.
Damn it.
5.
Mecha Pietro
Ren.
can use his reaction to protect you from that.
Okay, I'll say because Mecha Pietro can do that, I'll say that if Mecha Pietro is constantly doing that, it'll halve all damage. Because this is damage over time in general from a lot of areas. It
Okay,
might happen
gotcha.
like several people at once. But
Okay.
we'll just say if Mecha Pietro is constantly doing that, half all damage. So it rounds down,
perfect.
so it's 2.
There you go.
Oh, runs down.
19 overclass.
Yeah, you still unfortunately take 2 points. I didn't beat you by a huge margin, but just enough. Maggie, they're also targeting you projectiles this time. So what's your AC?
15.
15. You will take some damage, but not much. 6 points of damage. Mecha Pietro. What's your AC?
15. We're exactly the same.
Solid hit there. Mecha Pietro takes 9 points of
He's
damage.
gonna
Ooh.
need to come back.
And
to
Gatton's
me.
AC?
17. He might not be able to get back with all the attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, that's the problem. Once you're committed, you're pushing through. Committed and pushing through. There will be some rolls. If Mecha Pietro wanted to, there'll be some rolls. There might be some attacks of opportunity. There might be a lot of attacks of opportunity.
Okay.
You take some pretty hefty hits this time around. 6 points of damage.
And
And at this point, like, those of you who are actually in the fight, it is just a din. You can hear people screaming, people shouting, battle fury, people saying prayers just incredibly loudly as they just think that they're whispering to themselves. The zombies just constantly, a constant hum, a drone of just, but over and over and overlapped. It is noisy. It is loud. You can have to shout to each other even if you're 5-10 feet away. You can barely hear what's going on beyond your immediate vicinity. Over the archers, Arena can hear the din, and it's somewhat a little muffled, but you are still so close that it is pretty loud. You can still just about get orders to the archers and stuff around you, but it is noisy.
how close are we to getting to the necromancers?
Make me a perception roll at disadvantage because it's hard to see.
I'm
I
way
guess
taller.
your allies are helping you, so we'll count this for.
Better say I'm way taller than the zombies too.
Yeah, we'll say that because you're taking lead for the group on this, you can have just a flat roll because you'll be advantage to disadvantage.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. 16. If you keep pushing like this, one more turn of combat will get you in next to the 2 necromancers. You're very close. It looks like they're also starting to push forwards because they realize that you're a problem and they need to do something about you. So they're actually pushing towards you as well.
Fight, friends.
Unfortunately, Maggie's gone and it's Archer's turn, so we'll come back to them later. It is now... Oh, no, it's their Archer's turn, which are going to be targeting your militia because break the militia. Okay, Grant. Make me your BR roll, which is still at 11.
All right.
Got a 21. 19.
She has returned.
You
19.
take 2 to the BR, so you're down to 9. You are gonna have to make me a morale roll as well. They've been committed now for 3 minutes. So make me a d20 plus your morale of -2.
Who's doing it?
This is Grant.
No.
I just injured the militia again. 17!
17.
Despite the hits,
Nice.
despite the fact that they are not used to fighting, they've literally been press ganged into this, and they've only been doing this for what? 2 days of training haphazardly with a militia dude. They hold firm. Gatton's speech, maybe about having to win, get back to defend the town, maybe held true. And they hold. That could have gone very poorly for you guys. Okay. It's now Maggie's Archer's arena. Are you targeting the skeletons or the zombies?
I think we said zombies, right? Was who was attacking?
If you roll incredibly badly, you will have potential hitting your own dudes.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay. No disadvantage. Flat roll. They're close enough now.
Okay. 3 attacks?
Just one.
28.
And then my BR has been
Nice.
reduced horrifically. I'd have to roll natural 20.
Ooh.
No. Oh.
Did they? Shit, man.
I rolled a 22. You beat me by
Barely, too.
6. You beat me by 6. So, you do extra damage.
Ah.
Oh god, the zombies are actually really, really messed up now.
I mean, they
Got
were messed up in
zombies.
advance.
Yeah. At this point, like,
Run, zonkies. We won't chase you.
a lot
Run.
of the militia, like, pat each other on the back, seeing your guys leveling bows, pulling back to throw, and then several of them duck, get out the way, a lot of them dodge, several of them honestly just throw themselves to the ground, and this wave of missiles, this time carefully, like, prepared by Arena, flies over and smacks into the front rack of zombies, and several of them just constantly go down, and they don't rise again. Heads smashed in by bricks, javelins that go through, impaling zombies to the ground so that they can't get back up, and they're just easily dispatched by the melee dudes. You wreck face with that one. It's now the zombies melee. The zombies are gonna have to make a morale roll, but they're really good at morale.
Maybe they were given orders not to die out here and to break rather than be destroyed.
I rolled a 2.
Hey. Parent is like there's a paladin here. He's bright and shining and frightening, and there's a priest of
Oh,
aura.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
The zombies can't break. What happens is they completely forgo their turn, as while they are still fighting, they're no longer cohesively fighting. You've broken them apart, you've segregated them into bits and, like, isolated them that they can't actually mount an offense against you, and they're no longer able to really do much. While they're still, you know, maybe a couple of guys go down here and there, they're no longer able to actually inflict damage upon you in a meaningful unit-wise way for this turn. Which
They're calling you
makes
dice
it-
sheep dice.
I mean, they kind of are right now. I have by default, the zombies are much better fighters than people who got handed a pike and are told, "Hey, just do the thing." But yeah, I'm rolling badly.
They're
Melee
rough
dudes.
and tumble frontier type
Yeah,
people.
they live out like the Arctic,
they're
man.
they're all veterans who retired here. That's why. It's
No,
just
but
a
I mean,
retirement town.
you
Uh,
living out in the Arctic is not
Yeah, I know.
an easy
Yeah,
feat.
these aren't like a bunch of like, you know, like
Yeah.
craft beer hipsters, you know?
Okay,
Craft beer
Ran,
hipsters.
if you can roll for the melee dudes, if your BR of 9.
All right.
Oh god, I rolled a 5. Got a 9.
Well,
Oh,
Yes.
you by overcome.
How much?
You got a 20.
What was the roll? 20, yes.
20.
You beat me by over 10.
You can use my the like ranged attack because it's 1d20 plus 11, right? Grant?
It's 9 now.
Oh, it's 9.
Yeah, the BR's
But
falling.
there is a D20 plus mod that's not the GM Whisper one.
Yeah.
I made one that isn't the GM Whisper.
Yeah, use that one.
Their BR's reduced to -1, which means that they're easily going to get mopped up relatively soon.
Ooh.
They're actually negative BR now. It's literally broken into a few zombies. And with that, we get to the end of the turn. And we're going to zoom in as we focus down onto the group who are running towards these necromancers, who are going to be very poorly positioned because I was going to have a whole bunch of zombies on the field. There are very few zombies now on the field.
To be clear, are we entering more standard initiative now?
Yes. Instead of doing
Okay.
your normal fighting the horde this turn, we're entering
Right.
standard initiative.
Because I'm gonna re-rage. I'm like 10 rounds to like just, I appreciate it's like raw. Raw. Yeah.
Okay, we've got Edmund. Somewhere. Did I drag Edmund in?
Yeah, I was like,
Edmund. There we go, Edmund. Got Angobot. I don't know why Edmund always comes in tiny. But I like it. I'm here for
Little.
it. We've got his Gatinya.
For a second, I wasn't sure if Edmund was tiny or Pangobot was huge.
Aaron. Oh, Arena, because you're not going to be close enough, you'll be able to attack the unit as normal. So if you want to make 3 attack rolls against the unit, you might actually be able to do some damage. They're very injured.
Okay. Let me do that.
And then...
So I got a 14. 10 didn't hit. And a 10. So only 1 hit. Ugh. I'm struggling today.
Yeah.
8.
That won't be enough to actually, like, crack the unit more, but you do some damage to a zombie.
I'm trying to do my inner Perrin. And you're doing really good at telling people what to do, but not doing so good myself.
Yeah, like, your unit have been fantastic. I don't need the swarms. Hold enough of them. Zombie wolf over here. Feel free to arrange yourselves in however your, like, arrangement of, like, units would go.
At what point does Ice Fang, like, it's been 3 minutes now. Has Ice Fang, Frost Breath recycled?
Yeah, that's been kind of every time, every round. It's been adding
you've been
to the
accounting.
damage.
You've been accounting for it. Okay,
Yeah, that's
cool.
why you've been doing such consistently good damage, because you guys have been doing between 1 and 2 points. They've been doing about 1 or 2 points every turn as well.
Gotcha. Again, the map is tough for me, so just put me somewhere where I can smash a necromancer.
Okay, you're in the front.
Okay.
And then you grab the necromancer.
I'm probably going to be side by side with Pangobot, and now considering the state Pangobot is in, I'm going to be on the outer side to like help defend.
Yeah, if I can't get to him to heal him, then Pangobot's probably going down, but I can get him back up.
Yeah, and he also is unfortunately not able to be too smart, but he will know when to, like, not fight because he might die.
But if I can tell he's getting low, I might try to get closer if there's a way for
Unfortunately,
me
he
to.
doesn't have a ring. You have no idea what his HP is.
He looks like beat to hell. It's a machine, right?
Me being
Like
right
that.
next to him,
Can't
can I
really
see
see,
that like he's
Oh, right.
struggling?
This is a constant melee. I'm not going to put everyone in the melee on the map because there's still a lot of people around.
Yeah.
Right.
But
I'm side by side with him. Can I see the state he's in?
yeah, you would be able to. You'd know that he's bloodied, low half health HP.
I think I'd probably order him back if I can. I don't know if that'll work though, because he's been commanded to protect me at all costs.
He's still somewhat vaguely sensible. Maggie, make a int check for Pangobot.
Sure.
Take the dodge act. You can take the dodge action.
He's not that smart. He's
Is he a 1 in? Is he a 1 in or a 3 in? Actually, I don't recall.
Oh my god,
20,
natural 20 crit.
which is a
He has a
17.
-3. He has a 4 int.
He's a
Holy
very
shit,
tactical.
Mecha
tactical pangolin.
Pietro. Holy shit.
Is this a momentary break in combat? I'm like ready for something to come in. I like look behind me and I just put a hand on Pangobot's shoulder, like, you go back. You've done more than enough.
Pietro goes to walk back as you engage the necromancer. It's standoff, and Pietro starts to walk away and looks back and notices there's still a lot of fighting going on, and it's like,
He can disengage, so. But
they would still get a chance to attack him as he's running away.
Yeah.
Like he would not take attack as opportunity, but he'd only be moving so far.
yeah, yeah.
Instead, he looks over and he sees a mound of like corpses where a lot of people have died around like a tree stump, and he just dives in, turns into a ball, and hides. And with that int and with everything going on, and as a ball, no one's gonna attack Mecha Pietro. Mecha Pietro is off the board.
17. Holy shit.
Mecha Pietro does one of the smartest things. Does not take the fight. Okay. And I will dupe you.
I don't know how long it's gonna take him to get to me. He does go 40.
He won't be able to get to you until like the fighting calms down, but he will be able to just not get attacked right now, which will prevent him from dying. Okay. If everyone wants to click their characters and then roll their initiative.
I can't click mine. Because it's
You're-
not
you're-
on here.
Yep. Sorry. You're too far away.
Okay.
10.
I'll just eat my sandwich.
I mean, yeah, you do get to be like, ha, you gotta enjoy my sandwich. Why is it saying Warlock of the Great Old One? You're not a Warlock. I'm using like the ID and it.
Plot twist: she's not a warlock.
But yeah, maybe the now Warlocks have decided to make it easier.
But to say, if you've been sitting on Eldritch Blast this entire time, I'm gonna have some strong words for you, though. I would pick you up and use you as a shotgun, just like.
There we go.
Do Eldritch Blast. Do it.
Okay. As you charge in, you notice these two robed figures with thick, like, dark brown mantles of leather walking towards you ominously, their hands crackling with red energy. Edmund, you're up.
I will just say, the moment we see them, I just yell at, focus on one.
I'm gonna, let's see, and are those the fellas in the back? Is that
Yep.
that who? Okay.
I'll say that's roughly the edge of the free area before you get into, like, the actual fighting itself.
All right.
I will
so
call
I
to
can-
Gatton. Do you want me to mop up the zombies?
No, we have to bring them down.
So I run forward
All right.
30 feet, and then I'm gonna start swinging my sword. A 9 action surge.
It didn't go that well.
No, not at all. 22 to hit the second time.
22
That's more
does
like
hit.
it.
6
6
slashing
points
damage.
Okay, and it connects, and you cut quite deeply into this one's leather armor, into the shoulder as you pull the blade free. Okay, it's Skeleton's turn. Skeleton. No?
The
Okay.
skeleton occur.
Someone appreciated it.
Skeletons.
I mean,
Raises
thanks,
the
I
bow.
hate it.
Fires off at Gatton.
Was my rage reestablished yet or no? Before this happens.
You would have been able to re-establish it as you saw the group because you were aware of
Okay.
where they were, so you could have it active.
Okay.
22 to hit, doing 7 points of damage.
How many points?
7 points of damage.
Okay.
So
but
3 after rage.
Okay. I got a whole nother battle to fight today. Okay. All right.
Yep. You chose to take 2 fights.
I mean, we were gonna have 2 fights no matter what. It's just whether or not.
It was 2 small bite-sized fights or 1 big fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, next up is the wolf. Fine. Just so many people to juggle.
I mean, imagine if you'd had to been
Gonna-
tracking this all over the city. Haha, we helped you by doing this.
You really did. Heron. Oof. That's the hit. Yeah, 22 to hit, 7 points of piercing damage. Make me a strength saving throw. The wolf bounds up to you from behind. Bites onto your buttock.
Wasn't that what you just rolled for the other thing?
I rolled
Wasn't
another
that what
22. Yeah.
Oh, you did 22 and 7 again? What was the roll? Con?
Strength.
Okay. Yeah.
And you are knocked
That's
prone.
another natural one. That's 3 today.
I'm so sorry, dude. You are knocked prone and now lying down on the ground. I will
No,
add
it's-
you a lovely little symbol.
I'm now at 21 natural ones and 8 natural 20s for the campaign so far.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm never gonna complain again because I just you've literally tanked that for all of us. So
Have you marked the
just-
HP on your sheet though?
I haven't. I should probably do that.
Please do. Right. That makes it the Necromancer's turn.
I'm busy commiserating.
Both of them are going to reach out, touch themselves, and you see that red
Gross.
crystals start to form over them and begin to then fade a little bit, leaving just a slight pattern crackling around them. And that one's just going to move up to there. That one's going to move around to there on Edmund. That's the end of their go.
No, it was just like, crap, this thing's got me pinned down now. I can't come to the necromancer. And then the necromancer came to me.
They have to deal with you. You've made yourself into a problem. Zambi's turn. Hi, Perrin. Sorry, dude.
If they're all
Yeah.
dogpiling me, that means they're not all dogpiling Gatton.
Exactly.
Hopefully, this freaking cleric can turn undead. Like we're like fight, bro. Fight.
Your phone's to advantage. Natural 20 on the second dice.
Wait, sir. Wait, hang
12
on,
points.
Sir Edmund. Can't you intercede or something? Are you close enough? That imposition thing you do?
I don't think I'm close enough.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Yeah,
but
you'd
Edmund's
be
miles away.
next to, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry for
12
being
points
meta.
of bludgeoning.
I wish I
And this
was.
Zombie
I think it's the
that
same
comes
as
over-
like how Mecha Pietro's thing is. Like you have to be like
Yeah.
adjacent.
Adjacent, yeah. So the zombie comes over and smashes down on your head, and you feel a sudden ringing in your ear, and blood starts to seep out. 12 points of bludgeoning
much?
for you.
How much was that?
12.
Oh, Christ.
It was a crit.
I'm on 4 HP. No, not 416 HP. 4 HP.
Edmund, you're up. Oh, sorry. Do we not have Gatton's turn? Gatton, did you roll initiative?
No, I have not rolled initiative.
All right, can you just roll initiative real quick? Add yourself to the tracker.
All right, I gotta click a me. I gotta click a me. I gotta do a thing.
Oh no.
Okay,
Natural
it's your
one.
turn.
But, hey, I said I
We're
wouldn't
doing well
complain.
here.
I said I wouldn't complain. That's
Natural
that,
initiative is not as bad as a natural one in any other circumstance, at least.
Yeah, that's true.
that is true. I'm not going last. I'm going first in the second round. Is this a necromancer that's right here next to me?
That's the zombie.
Okay. Again, the map is tough. I'll take the attack of opportunity, but I got to get to one of the necromancers.
Okay, I'll make an attack roll.
The one that is wait, where are the necromancers?
Misses you. One is next to Perrin, above Perrin, and one is top left of Edmund.
I go after the one that's after Perrin.
All right.
That's a good question by chat. What happened to my turn?
So Perrin, have you rolled initiative? Oh, you have. Okay. Your turn. The
Yeah, let
necromancer
Perrin
shouldn't
go.
have had advantage on you. That's my fault. So ignore that damage. Take the 12 back. The
Oh,
necromancer,
Hey.
the necromancer got a natural one. No, actually just got 3. Okay. Yes, and you can stand up from prone if you would like. We'll do
Yep,
Gatton's turn first, though. Gatton.
Okay.
I mean, I'm only gonna swing at it, so I mean, it's
Make
not
an
gonna take
attack roll.
long. Yeah. Like what I do was, you know what? Believe it or not, actually, I would like Perrin to go first because it's advantageous to me to kill him because that's how the sword
Okay,
works.
true. In which case,
So,
Perrin,
yeah,
do you want to stand
I'm-
up?
I'm fine with letting Perrin do what Perrin does.
Yep. I'm gonna stand up, and because I feel like we probably aren't gonna take him down in a turn.
Well, talking is a free action, right? I
guess.
just yell out, "Smash him!"
And it's like, oh, I will, and then I pull out my my holy symbol and say, in the name of Erithis, I will smash this one.
Okay, that's a
this
good
one's
prayer.
vow of enmity.
Okay, as a bonus
Advantage
action,
on
you
attack
gain
rolls.
advantage. Okay. As you say that, you see the necromancer kind of recoil a little bit. Worshipper of the 12, I will slay you. Die painfully. Okay, make your attack roll with advantage.
Because one of them was a natural 1, but doesn't
Yep.
count because of the advantage. So I got a whole 10.
Even with that, you still miss, as the necromancer easily just shifts backwards, letting the sword swing past in front of them. Sorry. Again.
The vow of enmity is only he's got the advantage, right?
Yes.
But I have advantage because he's flanked by a friend.
We're not using the flanking rules generally because you're having a hard time with the map, and
Dig it.
It makes it easier.
No, it's fine with me. No, I'll just take a swingaroo.
Okay.
Okay. That's the technical term for it.
Swingaroo is the
Swing.
exact term.
Mm-hmm.
15 is... Ooh. I'm afraid 15 is just a hit. You hit.
Hey.
Literally, as you swing forwards, the blade meets some sort of resistance, and there's a shattering in midair as you push in, slides it in.
Got it. Forget you and your mage armor.
13. Okay. They take 3 points of damage because the other 10 gets absorbed by their temporary HP. As you hit them and hit their flesh, it seems to sink into this crystals that form around it. And you feel the crystals start to just blast out at you. You take 10 points of cold damage.
What the?
Armor of Agathis.
Can I still do a bonus action?
Yes.
All right, wild shape, because I'm about to die.
Okay.
Yeah. The wild shape into a wolf.
Blast out of you, and you find yourself bleeding.
Yeah.
Parts of you just frozen. And you're like, one of your fingers is like kind of bit is just breaking off. You burst into, I'm assuming, a direwolf.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I wanted to kill one of them with the sword, but not at the risk of dying myself. So, yep.
Okay, that means new round. Arena, would you like to be trying to push through to the group?
I think my goal is to get to Mecha Pietro if I can.
Okay. Would you want to be doing this stealthily by like trying to stealth past people, or do you want to be just like pushing past people, or what?
Well, I'm gonna stay with the ranged peasants because I'm kind of helping them. But I mean, I'm wanting Mecha Pietro to get to me is what I'm saying. More so the case.
If Mecha Pietro tries to get to you, Mecha Pietro will probably get attacked and take damage. Mecha Pietro can stay put and take no damage whatsoever. If you want Mecha Pietro to try to get to you, there's a risk Mecha Pietro will get downed.
Gotcha. Well, technically, if I bring him back within the hour, he's full HP. So it might be faster.
You also have
than
to
me...
find him on a battlefield amongst corpses, which is not guaranteed either.
Yeah. Okay, then. In that case, I'll just stay where I am and fire away, because I probably don't even see him.
Okay. That is now top of the round. Edmund, you're up.
All right. Like the fighter I am, I'm gonna swing away.
Go for it.
Wait, hey-ya.
The miss.
That is
7.
a complete miss. Total miss.
Now the dice are reversed.
Yes.
Skeleton's turn. Giant direwolf. Right next to Edmund. Probably gonna shoot Edmund. Okay. Skeleton levels the short bow at you. Fires and gets a 12. Arrow plinks off your armor. Does nothing whatsoever. The wolf is now up. Gonna attack Perrin.
Wish me luck.
It's 21.
That's not
7
good.
points of damage.
I'm on 9.
I'm getting a lot of 21, 7 points of damage. Make a DC strength saving throw. You are knocked
10.
prone. You just fail. As the wolf, bang, bats you backwards. However, it's now your turn.
I'll just stay down here, don't mind me. If only I had floor knives, I'd be sorted.
Yep. Your turn. So you just get up, I assume?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take another swing at this guy. Be like, that was the warm-up swing. Maybe I should just heal myself because I'm on 9.
Whatever you want to do.
And Gatton's a wolf and no one else is around. I'm gonna do that. It's being like, I'll get you next time, but first, 15 health points.
Sure, convince yourself you will get me next time. You've already failed.
Okay.
I failed. You're the one who was trying to ambush us and kind of didn't.
You wonder what is going on back in your town.
Ooh.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Oh, doesn't work. Damn it. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Ah. Okay. Gatton. This necromancer turns towards you, completely ignoring Perrin, and starts whispering. You hear whispers rattle around in your mind. Please make me a... Wisdom saving throw, please. Okay. Unfortunately, you fail. You take 10 points of psychic damage. And you must immediately use your reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away in a straight line or dodging around creatures if necessary.
Yeah, I think my reaction is available, so move me anywhere.
Okay, and you've got what, 40 movement as a Dowel?
It's too bad my hair wasn't more off. 50.
Okay. In which case... you will take an attack of opportunity.
27 wolf hit points.
What's your AC?
Only 14 in this form.
Yep, I hit. For 5 slashing damage reduced to 2 because of your rage.
Okay.
And then the zombie is going to make an attack. And your AC is 14?
Yep.
Misses. However, you do run into the edge of the combat, which means that the combat nearby, you might take damage.
I'm at 25 wolf hit points.
Like dog ears, but one of them is 7 normal hit points.
What about 7 normal hit points? No, I'm at 5. Yeah, no, I'm like
it was a joke. It doesn't matter. It was a joke.
Okay.
As you run towards the edge of the combat, one of the nearby zombies just comes past and smacks you across the face, and I got a natural 20. You take 12 points of damage, half to 6.
19 wolf hit points.
Okay, and that brings us to Gatton. You're up. The whispers.
Run back and attack him.
Okay.
I have to. So
you'll be running past a zombie taking attack of opportunity. Is that okay?
That is literally the point of all of this, is to drop the necromancer. So I have to.
Is there no way to dodge around the zombie?
It may not make that attack. It already used its reaction to attack you. You're up. Make the attack roll.
Sure. Yep. All right. I'm like
Zombie's like.
You get to like 40 meters away and you're like, what am I doing? Like, wait a minute.
However, I do get my pack tactics because Perrin is near it, correct?
That is true. You have an ally within 5 feet.
All right. Okay.
That's a hit.
Hey. Okay. And then oops, sorry. Hang on.
2 extra damage and 11, so 13 in total.
And he's got to strength check or see if he's knocked prone. Let's see how you like it, Mr. Necromancer.
Strength saving throw. Ooh, not good. 2. You, as you run away, shake your head, blood dripping from your ears, snout kind of smashed in on one side. You charge back, fury in your eyes, and pounce, knocking the necromancer completely down, doing a huge amount of damage. That necromancer is hurt. Is hurt very much. Okay.
That's it for me.
Right, zombies' turn. One zombie versus Perrin, one zombie versus Gatton. Mrs. Perrin hits Gatton. Reduced to 2 points after your resistance. I got 5. The rounds are favoring you today. And that brings us back to the top of the round, where Highfell is facing off against a necromancer. The woman's hood kind of flopped back on one side now, exposing half her head. You can see shaven, sunken eyes.
No smooch.
Shaven eyes?
Take a razor blade to eyes.
Oh.
Want that clean cut.
That's a
Nothing.
miss.
A 10.
She easily sidesteps you, I'm afraid.
Yeah. She looks like Sorsha from Willow. I'm just beguiled.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Skeleton behind you is gonna put an arrow in your back.
He will most certainly try.
20. You take 4 points of piercing damage. This time, the arrow actually lodges in behind your pauldron and sticks into your shoulder.
Ow! My body.
Zombie Wolf is going to attempt to attack Perrin. This time, getting a 7. Zombie Wolf finally fails.
Good.
That makes it Perrin.
All right, I think as I'm on the floor and this
You're
person's
on the floor.
looking-
You got up.
Oh yeah, I was already back up.
Transfer's on
wasn't
the
I?
floor.
Yeah, now I'm back up. I'm like, it may feel like it's not the case, but let me assure you, you're outnumbered. As they get flung to the floor, and then I go in for the stab.
Okay, you've got advantage and advantage, so do your thing with advantage.
Still gonna miss.
But yo, I heard you like advantage.
Oh!
Yep, there we go. 7
2
and an
and
8.
a 3. You rolled a 2 and a 3.
I stab down. I think I've got them. The sword is gone between their body and their arm, and it's just sat there. Okay, let's do this again. Raise the sword, and then let's see in my turn.
Necromancer's turn. The necromancer gets up.
But did you see Gatton just turns and looks at you?
There's
It's
something wrong
cold.
with
I
your
can't
sword.
feel
Is it
my
wrongly,
hands.
wrongly calibrated? Is it misaligned? Does it go out 90 degrees from where you're actually trying to stab?
Oh, this is my sword for fighting round corners.
Corners. There we go. You picked up the wrong
Picked
one
up
today.
the wrong one this morning.
Oh.
I did notice you brought the corner sword.
Oh, yeah. Make a
This is
wisdom
why
saving
more
throw again.
advantage needs to give you even more d20s.
Sorry.
Wisdom saving throw.
Right.
You pass. You
Hey.
take half damage. So you only take 6 points of psychic, which does bypass, but 26.
Yep.
And you don't run away.
For now.
You barely pass, FYI. You can feel yourself edging back, and you stick with it.
Okay.
That is your turn.
Or that was their turn, right?
Oh, it is now your turn.
Oh, it's my turn? Oh, yeah, no, bite him again.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, no, to the end.
I mean, Perrin's not really much of help, so you got to do it yourself.
He's trying. It's cold out here.
He is very trying.
When my blade in the ground, missing them, I'm like, that was the distraction, and then got.
Yep. Is a 16 enough?
It is. Yes, it is enough.
Okay, and then
They take 12 points of damage.
Yep.
And make a strength saving throw, which they promptly succeed. So they take 12 points of damage. They're looking very hurt right now. They don't go down. You see them go to one knee. Their knees actually kind of open up, and you can see bone and stuff on one side where your claws have raked at it. And they stand up, limping kind of.
I was about to say something snarky, but he probably doesn't speak wolf.
Yeah, that is
but
the downside.
I snark in wolf though. Like if he heard, I'm saying terrible things about his
from
mother.
Nearby, you hear.
You can't say something like that before midnight. Swearing way too early. The watershed is. Look, you need to tone down your language.
I'm a bad example for wolf kind.
You're setting a bad example. The media already portray us as, hunters and uncaring.
This is versus Roofy Boy.
Flashback
Nope.
to put the villagers in the way to block their attacks.
Heron, natural 1. No, I missed both of you. That brings us to Edmund.
I thought you were calling out to roll I'd made there. I was confused.
I know, for once it wasn't you. Edmund, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna make another attack with the sword. That's Sorsha. Named her. Gave it a name. Gotta bring it home.
You hit!
Hallelujah! 1 damage. No, we'll see how much damage it is. 9 damage.
Okay. You take 9 points of HP off her armor of Agathis as the crystals break, and some of them are still left, but you see that crystals that break burst out towards you. You take 10 points of cold damage.
All right, I'm gonna bonus action Second Wind
Okay.
and try to nullify that. No.
A lot of the cold freezes part of your cheek and face, and though it grows back, you see you're still kind of hurt. And while you're doing that, the skeleton's going to attempt to shoot in the back again.
How dare he?
He does! For 6 points of piercing with a 21 to hit. This other arrow jams in right next to the first one, just behind your shoulder.
All right, this is the episode Edmund dies.
I told you, I gave you fair warning.
Love y'all.
Zombie
fans.
wolf against Perrin.
I'm saying
zombie
nothing.
wolf-
Can't be
yeah.
meta.
23 against Perrin. Perrin, you take 7 points of damage and make me a strength saving throw.
17.
You don't go down. The wolf smashes into
stand.
you, bites at your throat, tearing a chunk off, but you just about push it down before you're knocked backwards. Possibly having a giant wolf behind you to back you up helps.
It's like, even as this happens, my eyes are locked on this damn necromancer.
Mm-hmm. Aaron, you're up.
I'm gonna take another swing. This time I don't say a damn thing.
I believe in you.
Natural
That's
20.
Do you want?
The advantage was irrelevant. It was a complete waste of that ability.
Do you want to do divine smite?
I might not need it.
They do look very injured. So it's up to you.
You have learned. All right, I'm being meta. Sorry.
We have a whole town to defend back there in a minute.
It's true. You have resources that are limited. It's up to you. They are very injured. I'll let you know that
Edmund
much.
needs
That's
help.
it.
We gotta make sure this one goes down.
Okay, you're gonna use a spell slot.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's smite.
Okay. So that's 2d8, which doubles to 4d8 plus your weapons. So if you just do the damage, see what
It's
happens.
basically a choice between maybe kill or definitely kill.
I like the fact that definitely kill had a face with it.
What? We have a
That's
boss lady to fight, dude.
Doesn't matter if we don't
that's an
survive this
18 and I
fight.
can
That's
re-roll
true.
one of those.
They're dead.
Woo!
See, Dave? See?
But you already declared you're using the divine smite, so
Yeah.
roll it for fun.
We don't know if they were gonna get back up. Make sure. It's like it's free damage. Make sure.
By the way, that was actually that was 4 more. So that was 22.
22. Okay, roll the divine smite. I'll tell you how many times you kill them over.
And this
All of them.
this is another 14.
So 36.
Yeah.
Um.
This is what happens when I actually hit.
Oh, you do
If
like
I
5
could
times
just
more
do
HP.
that.
You hit like 5 times more HP than they had. So As you
Always
bring
smite
the
on a
sword
20.
down
It's
towards
like
them,
it's like always double down on 11. Always smite on a 20. Always. It's the principle.
please describe it for me as you bring the sword down on this necromancer.
So this time it's wordless, and I think slash down on they're standing again, right?
No.
Yeah, I
They've
slash
just got up,
down
they're kind of like
nicely,
knees open.
nicely like diagonally down through like the neck and the shoulder, and just like stop at the heart, and then kaboom, the smite goes off. And
Okay,
actually, just before, like when it goes in, I'm like, told you, kaboom. There we go.
Perrin brings the sword down and overhand flicks at the last moment, pulling the back hand forwards, giving that little extra whoomp. It smacks down into their shoulder. Momentum carries it most of the way down. You just push it down a little bit further, and they look up at you and you say,
Told you.
and then just this grey light just kind of congeals around your sword, and then there's a flash of light, blinding everyone for a fraction of a second, and they explode. You see their bodies shooting off backwards in bits as they're gibleted everywhere, and probably including partly over Edmund as he is in the cone.
If it goes partly over Edmund, it may well go partly over this guy's friend.
She is mostly covered by Edmund, but certainly some like giblets hit her in the side of the face. It's definitely not good.
I call over. Do you want some, or do you want to drop the zombies?
And I just look at her and bare my fangs to assist him.
I'm not afraid of death in service.
That's good.
Our death heralds a new dawn.
And if I'm got anything to do with it,
It's the necromancer's turn. The down one.
Perrin is a necromancer.
It's true. Edmund, make me a wisdom saving throw as she looks at you and starts to whisper.
Oh, those are my worst saving throws. 15.
You just pass as you feel yourself almost wanting to shake it and walk away. Hold firm. You do, however, still take
900 points of damage.
3 points of psychic damage.
Ow.
I rolled 2 1s on that. I was rolling good. And she is going to step away from you. You get an attack of opportunity.
All right, well, I'm going to swing away. 3, 2, 1, boom. 17.
That's a hit.
But I'm gonna fall down. She's gonna armor of Agathis me.
10 points.
Yeah, 10
9
points.
points of that does flow over. But
Alright,
as
I'm
you
down.
break through the last of the armor of Agathis, the 10 points of cold blasts over you, and you're knocked down to the ground as you start to bleed out.
Yep, I'm unconscious.
You can see off to the side, behind a few enemies, Edmund, as he tries to take out the necromancer, she flees, start to freeze in place and collapses to the side, holding on to himself as he tries to hold for warmth, goes into the fetal position, and you see crystals start to form over his armor as the cold takes him. She's gonna flee, and she's gonna
Whoa.
just get back to her forces.
Wait, hang on. Wait, isn't it? Oh, well, I guess it depends on what her move is. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yep. She's in the battle now, so you can chase her down and stuff, but it'll be touch and go like chase sequence. Gatton, you're up.
I mean, I got a 50-foot movement. I'm after. Like,
I know,
she's not gonna
you've got
outrun
an
a wolf.
advantage in
Yeah.
a chase.
Yeah. No, I'm going after her.
Okay. Make me a athletics roll at advantage because you've got the more movement.
Okay. Let's see. So.
There's a zombie that's going to take an attack opportunity.
So this is another one of those things. Oh, the advantage is simulating my wolf stats, right? And basically, is what we're saying.
Simulating
Okay.
your extra movement
Okay.
stuff. You take
Dig
2
it.
points after it's reduced from the
Okay.
attack opportunity from the zombie.
Okay.
7. Oof. And the necromancer is going to attempt to get away. Ugh. 17. She dives away into the crowd and has a significant distance on you now. As you're trying to fight through, a gaggle of zombies get in front of you. You manage to push through, but by the time you make it past them, she's quite a distance further ahead.
Are they still fighting, or are they trying to retreat?
They're fighting, but very poorly and in small groups are easily like corralled by your forces.
I have to stay after her. I mean, I have to stay after her.
That's fair. You two are off in chase sequence now. I think for everyone else, it's going to be mostly important to see if Edmund manages to survive. So, zombie versus Perrin.
So I want to
17?
go over there and
Does a 17
help.
hit you?
Yes. I want to go over there and help out Edmund, but I'm surrounded by 3 zombies.
7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh god.
Are the ranged and melee folks able to do anything to help out?
Those folks, they're kind of the ones keeping this area free. They're kind of
Okay.
holding fights around
So
here, which is why
we're
you've got
keeping
this
everything
area.
else free. Okay.
Yeah, as ranged units, you're also firing in, and every minute turn of battle, you're doing a significant chunk of damage to the zombies. Like, they are not doing well.
just
You're
feel
effectively
bad.
the ones keeping them free. If you want to try and get to this melee yourself and run in, you can do so. You've had some time. You've seen how poorly it's going for some people.
Okay. So
You
I can
can
see that
start,
it's
like-
I can see that it's not going well for them, and I can tell
like-
because I can see their health going down. Okay, I'm gonna.
That's the thing. The ring will have told you that things are getting dicey.
Yeah,
Like, Gatton almost went down.
I'm gonna assign the person who's doing the best, like as they're doing the bows. I'm gonna tell them to keep firing, and I'm gonna give them kind of like, Marina's just gonna be like,
You keep them going. And if it goes bad, you will have to make everyone retreat, okay?
Make me an insight roll. Just pick the best person to lead them.
oh god, I'm bad at this. 15.
15. You pick
Nice.
quite a reasonable person to lead them, and the person's like, right, I can do that. I don't know about zombies, but we can hold the line.
Put me on
And
the
you-
battlefield so I can roll initiative. Put me in.
I was really worried.
me in, coach.
I didn't want to
Put me
say
in.
anything, but I was worried you'd get like a natural 1, and they'd be like, "All right, I take that responsibility. Everyone retreats immediately."
Yeah, I was worried too. All right, I'm on the initiative. Some
Okay.
point.
You are...
You are
There.
in initiative.
Okay. That makes it Edmund's turn. Make me a death save. Point to life. Skeleton. Gonna shoot at Edmund's corpse.
Oh wow.
You should have
Unfortunately,
disadvantage, right?
Disadvantage because prone.
Distant.
And skeletons aren't clever enough to walk forwards to you. So the skeleton kind of raises the bow, aims at your body, and the arrow just misses you by a good like 5 feet, despite the fact you're 5 feet away. I rolled a 2 to hit you or something. Yeah. Wolf versus Perrin.
Oh boy.
21 to hit. I'm getting so many 21s.
No,
We're just
no.
gonna check. No, the macro isn't broken. It's genuine rolling 21s. You take 5 points of piercing damage and make me a strength saving throw.
Oh god, I'm at 5.
Remember, our rules are bonus action to drink a potion if you're feeding it to yourself.
Ah.
You are prone. Oof. It's your turn.
Okay.
Did you get up?
Yes.
Yeah.
In that if it's bonus action for potion, I guess I can just be like, maximum healing, wound strength potion.
Go for it. 2d4 plus 2 for a potion.
Just doing the cure wounds first. That's 5. That's undone the last attack, and then 2
2d4 plus 2.
Plus 2.
I should probably make that available as a macro thing.
It might even be, but I just didn't know where it was in the moment.
Ooh, nice.
9.
As you like touch your chest around your amulet and a glow starts to emanate from it, and you see like the teeth marks in your shoulder start to heal up, you glug this potion, throw it down, and you can feel it insides warm up, and several of the wounds that you've got, like your neck and stuff, start to just seal.
For flavor, not for any kind of effect, I throw the bottle at the wolf. in its face.
It, like bunks it on the nose. Arena, you're up.
All right, I see my friends.
And
the
I've
one
kept
that-
him off your back for a turn. Go, go, go.
The one that looks the most in danger is probably because Edmund got up, right?
No, Edmund's down. Edmund's bleeding out.
Oh, okay. I think Edmund's the one that looks like he's in the most danger.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
the
if
ring
you
is
can-
currently
if you can
saying.
get to
"Doot,
him."
doot, doot, doot."
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if. Okay, I can totally hit those. I'm gonna hit one of. Is it just this one guy that's on him? I'm gonna shoot.
The
at
one
that.
skeleton. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at
If
that.
you shoot that, it'll start shooting you, and therefore not stealing death saves from
Yeah,
Edmund.
I don't really have a lot of good stuff for this, so I'm just gonna use my crossbow.
Okay.
And
That's a hit.
all right, 24 to hit and 12. Woo, 12 piercing damage. And Arena's just gonna be
You
like,
just shoot at it from behind, and it only kind of the last moment looks over, and the bolt smashes its skull to pieces, and it collapses.
Arena's
did
still trying to
exactly its
catch her
health.
breath because she's been
Yeah, like
running.
you just run in, you see it, you quickly just like, bang.
And then I'm, if I have
Go
any
ahead.
more movement,
Yeah.
okay, I do. Wrong thing. We'll go 5.
Oh, if you're ever wondering, by the way, if you click your token and begin to drag it, hold Q, and it'll tell you how far you've moved. It's really easy.
Oh, okay, that's awesome. We'll do that in the future.
Yeah, it's so helpful.
Okay. I'm gonna try to
Uh,
make my way to Edmund. I can't do ranged,
Okay.
so I have to.
That's good. Next turn, you will exactly reach him with your movements.
Yeah.
Necromancer and Gatton. Gatton, make me your athletics with advantage.
So I would just like to point out, I can expend a spell slot to heal myself with a wild shape. I'm going to heal myself even while I'm chasing her.
Okay, sure, you can do that. This
Okay,
is
So I
easy
do have a
enough.
question though, because Mecha Pietro's still alive. Can I kind of shout for him?
Yes, you can.
And then maybe-
Make me a perception roll for Pietro.
Ooh, okay. 23.
Pietro hears you. Pietro, I can
Pietro's
add to the
nailing
map
it
at the
today.
edge. Yeah,
Yay.
Pietro is doing decent. Let me find the.
He does have a
He's a
plus
smart
4
boy.
to perception. Yeah, he's a good boy. Dude, roll 20 must love Pietro. 'Cause
I rolled a 2 in total. As you, like, the necromancer thinks they've run away from you, and you can see her panting somewhere, like, near the skeleton horde behind who've all got the bows, who haven't been damaged much. Looks over, and you're still bounding after, and you make up the distance. You're almost on her. Like, there's not much room at all. You've made up the distance you lost.
Mhm.
But
I love how this necromancer was like, I welcome death, you goody two shoes, I will slay you all, and then immediately, without even a pause, just turned and pegged it, and it's just like, oh, this is a terrible idea.
more so that she had a full army of zombies at the back, skeletons who weren't injured, and being like, you know what, I need them.
I just now love the image of them being like, I think I got away. They totally
Well,
bought the thing
well,
about dying and
talk my necromancers. My zombie attacks you, and I rolled a natural 1. So, you know, I've got another zombie though, so maybe this one will do better. Yes, it does. 17.
Why is it always 17?
17 or 21. It's the only thing I can roll. Take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Is that with or without the mitigation? Wait, are you attack me or someone else?
Aaron.
It's
Oh,
me.
sorry.
I'm being zombled.
I nearly caught her, but I did not catch her. Is what you're telling
Yeah,
me, right?
you're like
Okay.
10 meters or something away. Effectively, you totally
This-
negated her amazing roll last time, and you're just right up near her. Edmund, you're up.
Fail.
To death.
Oh, lordy.
So
Skeleton's
you
dead.
have 1 save and 1 fail, right?
If he rolls a natural 1 next time, he dies.
I'm trying to get to you, man.
If a zombie hits me, I die. It could throw a rock in my direction. It lightly taps me on the head. I'm
Yeah.
dead.
My wolf fails to attack Aaron. Aaron.
Arena, do you have healing word?
No, I have cure wounds though. I can't. I have to touch.
Yeah.
Are any of these
Just read them.
zombies injured that I'm aware of?
Oh, you've injured none of them.
Yeah, I didn't think we had. Do I know if zombies or wolves are more flimsy when undead?
You probably guess that they're roughly similar.
I'll go for the wolf then, because that feels more dangerous.
It does knock you down a lot.
Yeah, it really does. Yep, take a swing.
It's like those punching bags. You just go boing, boing, boing.
Oh.
10.
No. The wolf.
I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Like any strat that involves dice, I should just not do. Is why I need to ice breath, where it just does it.
Air effect. Yeah. Make them roll the dice.
Like.
Arena.
All right, I'm gonna book it over to Edmund, and I'm going to cure wounds.
Edmund, you are now up with 9 HP. That was a good roll.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my
Arena's runs over to you, and she's like out of breath. She puts her hands on her little hands on you, and you just feel like this warmth.
Yes, my eyes would open and be like, Arena, thank you for saving my life. I was supposed to protect you, but you were the one that saved me. And stumble up slowly.
It doesn't matter.
And she'll like try to help you up.
And I
turn
of zombies. I'm like,
Yeah, I
this
turn
isn't the
to-
time for pleasantries. Come on.
Yeah, I turn to look at where Perrin is, and I'm like,
But we need to help Perrin now.
and she's just gonna turn to like start.
You see Perrin surrounded
Aiming.
2 zombies and a zombie wolf, all just surrounding him. He's just trying to fend them off. It's really awkward. You also see Pango Bot, Mecha Pietro, roll back from the edge, bowling over zombies, like zombies getting knocked sideways, and just.
Oh yay! Pietro can move with my turn.
That would be like the entire move to get there this turn.
Yeah, he can move.
No, that was his move to get to there.
Oh, to get to there. Okay, cool.
That was him hearing you from last turn, this turn, making it all the way over.
Gotcha.
Gatna the Necromancer, make your athletics roll. If you roll even slightly above her, you'll get to attack her this turn.
I'm going to heal again, by the way.
Okay.
And I'm gonna roar for Ice Fang. I don't know where he is, but I'm like, I'm doing a thing over here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh god, she can get a natural 20 to match you.
I mean, she might.
And 9 is not enough. Make your attack roll.
All right, I'm gonna give myself back this 5 first, because I don't know what she's tricky. All right. Okay. Yeah, and I do. I'm like, I roar on the way in. Like, I'm like, I don't know if you're out there, bro, but I hope you hear this.
You can see him off to the side, starting to lay into skeletons, just smashing them to bits. There's also 2 polar bears with him. That's a hit.
We need to talk about his target acquisition strategy. Yeah.
How do you do this?
We should have expected this. He's a wolf and their bones.
Wait, hang on. How do I do what?
She had exactly 14 HP.
Yo, I literally it's just like when I find like she's running, and I grab her just on the back of the neck and just like, and I hold her up where they can all see it and just like ring her around, and where all of the zombies and everyone else, especially for the morale of our people, can see that I got her.
There's just a faint snap and pop as the vertebrae give way, and then she drops like a couple of inches as her neck just kind of dislocates, and you're just shaking her around. You shake her around a bit more. Eventually, it kind of gives way and tears away. The head just in your.
Before her head comes off no, actually, I hold on to the head though.
Okay, you keep the head in your jaws.
I realize we're nearing the end here, but when I get back to Perrin, I just put the head down at his feet because that's his birthday gift.
Oh, yeah. And with that, you've got enough allies who have rolled well enough. You've decimated the zombies. The skeletons that are left are leaderless and gonna act poorly. They will fight, and they will reduce the BR of both of these units a little bit, but they are gonna end up getting squished. because you took out the actual ones commanding them. They still will be around and fight, but they're going to fight completely without any cohesion. They'll fight as individuals. They'll be easily dragged away from each other and surrounded and destroyed.
I will just say, even if you have to answer it next time, I do check both bodies because I saw that horn, I saw that banner. I just like if they have any of those types of things.
We'll come back to the aftermath of the battle next time. But with that, you eventually clear out and save Perrin. You destroy the remaining zombies and skeletons. I assume that you don't get involved in the battle, having been thoroughly exhausted by like 5 to 10 minutes of constant fighting, damage, abilities, and you can easily have your people with a bit of direction pull off the skeletons and destroy them. They do take a little damage, but overall, it's a thorough victory for you guys.
Happy birthday, Perrin.
And over comes a huge wolf and pop, head comes down. It's kind of a little crushed from the pressure of keeping it while the body was taken off. So it's kind of resulted in a weird, like, eyeballs have popped out, tongue sticks out, kind of really grim, like, comedy going on. It's not nice.
He's like, thanks, just what I always wanted.
Thanks. I hate it.
I super lick him.
This is like half bloody tongue. Ugh. And with that, your victory in the first engagement happens. However, over at the town, where people are going off of the things that your people on Discord rolled, because they're running on automatic, your melee dudes have been rolling 11s for attack with a 14 to survive. And here's the fun part. Your ranged dudes rolled an average of 3.5 to attack and 8 to defend. And your builders rolled an average of 10 to build, so they didn't finish the wall.
Oh no.
But did get a 15 to defend themselves, so a lot of the builders are still alive. However, your ranged units are thoroughly damaged, and your melee didn't achieve much, but they did survive relatively well.
Okay, but wait a second. They were 2 hours out, and we were 1 hour out, and then we've been fighting. So by the time our fight's done, shouldn't they like just be getting there or something?
Yeah, they'll have been fighting for a good, because after the battle, you're going to need to get your troops back together and go back.
Right.
So they'll be fighting for maybe half an hour by the time you get back.
Okay,
So
all right.
this is kind of a what's been happening when you get back as a preview for next time. But it's not good.
Doesn't sound good.
Thanks for
I
trying,
used up
though.
way more of my daily stuff than I intended to for this battle.
Well, you won the first battle and you're no longer surrounded, so.
At what cost?
But they
I
did
mean-
filter around the waterfront.
Yep. No, I got one more whale shape in the can, and yeah. So we're like,
You got rages?
no, that was I've used them. I had to.
Right.
Yep. Because one wore off in the midst of the getting to the necromancers. Yep.
And also bear in mind, there's no short rest if you are wanting to get there soon. Otherwise, it'll be another hour if you short rest.
We go back to the town, then we just take a nap for an hour while the fight goes on, and then we join at the end.
Yeah.
Hell you do.
Yeah.
So you guys go on ahead. We're just gonna.
We're like, don't sack the inn before we wake up. Yeah. It's like I'm gonna sleep on Ice Fang's back like Snoopy laying on top of his of his doghouse. Give a short rest.
I will let you know, because of the survival rolls that your NPCs made, all of them are relatively unscathed. They'll take some damage, but they're fine, generally speaking, because they rolled ridiculous, and you picked the ones that did roll ridiculous without knowing. Those 3 just wow. Anyway, so we're gonna call it here for today. We'll pick this up next time. Right, announcements. Dungeons one-shot character sheets are now out. If you want to go check that, the Dungeon World one-shot that was run at the weekend. September, if you want to get new subs for cheats, you can do so. You can also get cheats for multi-month sub things all at once. Also, we're announcing our new sponsored one-shot we're doing in a little over a week. Good Strong Hands is a new system, and it is Death Becomes You. Which is going to be run by Craig, who is doing a Kickstarter for it. It's sponsored by him, so thank you very much to him. And that'll be in a little over a week. So if you want to check that out, please feel free to. No, it's at a different time, so you're going to have to set like reminders or calendars, or just watch our Twitter or the Discord, and there'll be announcements following for this. So hopefully you'll enjoy that.
gonna be fun.
Right.
I like the
That's
setting
it,
a lot.
Yeah, that's it for the sponsored stuff. So let's go through everyone. Let's, I think, first of all, go to today's least successful person because I need to give you something, Bentham. Dude, where can we find you? What do you do?
You can find me doing slightly better in general at things over at Mangleport Gaming, my YouTube channel named badly, where I play Factorio mainly, and maybe at some point other things, but right now just Factorio.
I need to have a sound effect every time you roll.
Every time I roll a nat 1, it'll get so overused.
Every time I roll a nat 1, every time you roll. Okay.
Sorry, Perrin. I know that feel. Sorry.
Following up with, I guess, a surprise in on this one, Edmund, for not really doing much against the Necromancer, and then removing Armor of Agathis, except for 1 HP, which meant that you took a second hit from it. Bran, who are you? What do you want we find you?
I would like you to retract that I didn't do much. I did a lot of damage to it. That's why I took all that damage. No.
Roll 1 more damage on the Armor of Agathis, though, the first time around. You wouldn't have taken another 10.
I did get 3 nat 20s today, though, so thank you for that.
That is true. You've rolled a ridiculous number of nat 20s.
Like it. I had a wonderful time playing today. You can follow me on Twitter at WisePapaGrant. I am the producer for WebDM's Twitch channel, and I'm assisting them as their next batch of YouTube videos go live. Again, always thank you for having me here on Roll For It. The best way to support me is to support channels like this because it gives me fun places to play.
Right. What about Maggie? Because you got a bit unfortunate with your pangolin there. Almost lost the pangolin, but then a very smart pangolin move was to just hide. So Maggie, who are you? What do you do when we find you?
Dude, Pietro's a beast.
That literally is a beast.
Yeah, it's true.
This is his character sheet.
You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. That's where I'm at. I always let people know whenever I'm doing stuff. I've been on a lot of cool panels at PAX Online, so hopefully you can go check out the videos of those. And we'll be here on Sunday doing some more Warhammer 40k, so come check it out. And during the daytime, I guess, when I'm not tabletop RPGing, I also make video games for a living. You can check out the game that I'm currently working on, which is called Ashes of Creation. You can find it everywhere at Ashes of Creation. That's all I got.
Sweet. And Dave, what about you?
Be Dave Walters. I say words about things. I'm somewhere doing stuff all the time. I'm all 3 days of D&D celebration this weekend. Just follow me on Twitter at Be Dave Walters. And I don't expect you to try and keep track of where I am. It's hard for me, and I'm the one who's there. So yeah, just follow me. You'll see.
Okay.
That's it, right? No one else that we need to talk about.
I mean, there's one other person. Like there's a, you know.
Oh, Pietro.
There's a great, yeah. Well, technically it is Pietro.
Yeah, technically
yes.
it is Pietro. Yeah, that's true. Where can people find you at, EE? And don't forget, we need to look at tips too.
Already got them up.
Hello, I'm Enter Elysium. You can find me over at youtube.com/Enter Elysium. I've got a lot of videos on Crusader Kings 2 with blackmail, murder, and bribery. In fact, it's going to be the theme of my next video, which is actually going to be using the Princes of Darkness mod for CK3, which brings the Vampire the Masquerade World of Darkness universe into the game. And I'm going to be playing Zack, my old VTM character, in 1230 AD as part of the House of Tremere, and see if we can actually become in charge of the House of Tremere despite being a Gen 12 caitiff. It's going to be weird. Also, you can find me at Twitch.tv/Enter Elysium, where I'm also playing a game of Crusader Kings 3 Princes of Darkness mod, Vampire the Masquerade, as Zack, but it's a different one, and we're playing that tomorrow, and we're actually in charge of the House of Tremere now, so we're gonna do things, eat people, be vampires. It's fun. Anyway, that's it from me. Thank you. Anyway, pulling up the donation log, the tip history. It is, come on, load. There we go. It's loading. I'll probably turn off the fighting in the background.
You
But
said
like,
it was
I think it's
ready.
soothing. Well, it was ready, but it just said it wasn't doing anything. Here we go. Thank you very much. We have a Finley Shands tip of $50. Thank you all for the epic battle this evening with many close moments, lots of excitement, and the overkill smites that we all enjoy. As always, Pietro is most valuable pangolin. MVP for Pietro. Thank you very much there, Finley. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for the $50. Thank you for the tip. And that is it for us. Thank you for watching, and until next time, may the dice roll over in your favor. We'll see you Saturday for VTM, Sunday for The Last Ditch, and of course next week for more Ascension.